That's what I crave. That's what I need. That's what I crave. Needing love. Sweat that shines on your moonlit skin. That's what I love. Tangled hair, you pull up with a grin. That's what I love. A morning shouts, we both pass out. That's what I crave. Needing love. Crave. Need love. Crave. Need love. Crave. Need love. Ooh, yeah. That's what I crave. Oh, yeah. That's what I need. That's what I crave. Needing love.
Oh, I've been traveling down the road with no place to go, no place to go. Pockets filled with holes, money's running low, truck is moving slow, and I keep going old, 'cause I've been traveling down the road with nowhere to go, nowhere to go. Yes, I've been traveling down this long, long road with no place to go. Don't see no end in sight. Sundown turns to night. Tomorrow's another day wandering away. Yeah. Wake up to a faucet leaking, dog's barking, so I'm leaving. Dead tired and so mistreated, but I just keep right on traveling down the road. I keep on traveling down the road, down the road. No place to go. Down this long, 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 long road. No place to go, yeah. So I keep traveling.
Howdy, 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 everyone. How's it going tonight? Welcome back for another Sunday, casual Sunday, rather. We're going to be playing, I haven't been able to get this game out of my head, in all reality. We're going to be playing another round of Night Call, because I really enjoyed this. So I think we're going to do this for probably a couple Sundays. But, as always, if you have suggestions for what you want to see on Casual Sunday, or a longer sequential during the week, let me know. How can you do that, you may ask? Well, you can follow my socials down here. Twitter is where you'll get my random thoughts and feelings on things. Random musings about random crap. Instagram is where you can see stuff I've been doing, like 3D printing projects. Stuff with all my setup and, photos. I'm a photographer, so occasionally I will post those. And TikTok is where you'll see clips. Funnier, hopefully skits as soon as I get around to doing them. I've been slacking on it lately, I gotta get back to it. But that's not nearly as important as this thing right here. I am racing. Hey, how's it going, chat dude? I am racing 2 more subscribers. I think my current goal is 40. It's written bigger next to where I was looking. Nifty how that works. Racing to 40, so let's try to get me there. I'm a little over halfway. Literally a smidge over halfway. But before we get started, I do want to show off. Yesterday, I was on my friend Jupiter's special interest show. I was talking about 3D printing, and I printed this live while we were on air. This cute little owl statue. So definitely, if you want to hear us ramble about all kinds of stuff, including 3D printing, how to get into it, and what it is, go check that out. They'll be linked down in the description, or down in the bottom of my page as one of my friends. Go check them out. Especially that VOD from last night. It's like 4 hours of us just talking about all kinds of cool stuff. But let's not delay too much longer. Let's hop into Night Call. Now, if y'all remember last week, we were searching for the serial killer, the Zhuz. The Zhuz almost murdered us. We woke up out of coma, and now we're being blackmailed by a cop to hunt down the killer. You open one eye. Your attention turns to shouting upstairs. A door slamming. Typical. You get up quickly. A few moments later, you're outside of your studio. Night 2, 2:45. Alright, let's see. How we doing on gas? We got half a tank. Half a tank's a good amount of gas. This one's highlighted yellow, so I got a feeling that one's important. There's no newspaper available, so we're gonna go check on this fella. How have you been doing, chat student? How's your week been? Hey, pal, could you help me out? Distance 4.68 kilometers, 15.9 euro. That doesn't seem bad. I have no reference for what either of those mean as an American, so the door opens. It's Herb, a homeless man like hundreds other in Paris. You've known each other for years, and every now and then he asks you for a favor to drive him someplace. As usual, he greets you quietly, though he always seems a little on edge. Hey, buddy. What's up, Pop? What's up, pup? He has a strange verbal tic that you've never really understood. You start the cab. You look in the rearview mirror, and you realize that the homeless man is clutching his left side. Well, all right already, Freddy. Is everything all right? He gives you a vague answer. Yeah, sure, fine. A pause. He can't help making a face. We know this guy, so I'm gonna go ahead and insist. Also, like, I'll try to give a little bit of room in between. Feel free to hop in and tell me what y'all want me to click on, like, because I'm completely blind in this game. I'm down for some backseat. You're really not looking that great. Oh. Don't worry. Don't worry. I got in a little fight last night with this guy. But that's all taken care of now. All taken care of. Well, that's ominous. He smiles, revealing a row of bad teeth. Shame. Let's see now. You don't want to see a doctor? What kind of fight? Who was the guy? Or say nothing? I want more info on the fight, not necessarily for his well-being, as awful as that sounds. Because I'm trying to get information, and I feel like this might be a thing. So who was the guy? He doesn't seem to understand. Why, you know a lot of bums in Killicky? Before you can answer, all you need to know is he took something that belonged to me, and he paid the price. He closes his eyes for a moment. So yeah, he wasn't all that bad. But if you let someone steal your stuff, you're done for, sir. You have to show him you're tough, that you're a big shot. He pulls a sour smile. Sometime later, your passenger clears his throat. You wouldn't happen to have a little something to drink, would you? I mean, I get it. Ooh, that's good today. I didn't screw up my coffee today. It tastes great. You know, like they do in those newfangled cabs these days. Chauffeur-driven cars. Bro's talking to a cab like it's an Uber. And even Ubers, it's like, I don't trust the water or whatnot. Like, yeah, that's right. Right. I don't have anything. Sorry. He nods. I don't mean water, you know? You smile. I realize that. Ah. He sighs. Usually you're not such a pain. Let's see now. Relax, will you? I'm worried, or say nothing. These two seem to have a friendly relationship. So I'm gonna go with relax, will you? Gives you a blank look. Reading is hard. Questions, you know. I've got those morning, noon, and night. I'm sick and tired of them. He loses himself in thought. As you drive along, you see him struggling to keep his eyes open. They're often shut, then open more. They're often more shut than open now. Let's turn up the heat. I don't know if that means literally or figuratively. Your passenger jerks his head back. Ah, you are really a good guy, you know, yo? Your passenger gives you a sleepy smile. Hey, serious, you don't mind if I get a little shut-eye on the way, do you? You nod. Enjoy. He gives you a smile, but it's still a painful grimace. Next thing you know, he's sound asleep. Nope. I pantomimed so hard I lost my headphones. Alright. Then got my hair right. Good. Alright. You continue to drive in silence, soothed by the warm air of the car heater. You pull up in front of a nondescript gray building. Your passenger immediately wakes up and looks around. Shit, this is great. I'm first. Where are we? An organization that hands out clothes for winter. I heard they were going to open a pause, searching for the right word. A new shop, you could say. And I'm the first one, huh? When does it open? 2 days from now. Oof. I mean, I get it. Do what you gotta do, but... Your eyes widen. Your passenger gives a little laugh. Don't worry, I have plenty to keep me busy. He pats his pants pocket. I found some books. One on yoga, and then a book by an old handsome dude. You know, the guy who talks on the radio? It'll help me pass the time. He gives you a tap on the shoulder. He reaches for the door and stops short, overcome with a spasm of pain. Fuck. Are you okay? Yeah, don't worry. I'm taking you to a hospital, take care. Okay, so, as an American, I'm taking you to the hospital is more of a threat than it's helping me out. Like, if I don't want to go to a hospital, it's like, hey, do you feel like incurring a ton of medical bills? Take care, see you next time. I feel like France probably has some form of universal healthcare. I say pulling it immediately out of my ass. I'm taking it to the hospital. No, I'm good. He opens the door, climbs gingerly out. And thanks for turning up the heat. That was nice. Next thing you know, he's disappeared down a dark side street. You sigh and start the cab. Alright, I feel good about, like, attempting to at least take him to a hospital. You sigh and start the cab. Okay, so I got nothing from that. Cool. That kinda sucks. Let's see, who's around? I reckon we're near our house, then. Okay. Let's pick up the bad guy for... Or actually, this guy's real close. We can probably get him real quick. And while we're on our way, let's listen to the radio. Your finger... Oh, yeah, never mind. It's posed in front of the radio. You're trying to find something to listen to. Listen to the news. We need information, so news. You happen upon the nighttime news. In a brief update about the Zhuzh affair, the news anchor emphasizes the fact that the first 3 victims were part of a data leak. That's important to know. You vaguely remember the events. 2 years ago, a bunch of criminal records were leaked. Could be helpful in finding your suspects. Okay, that's important to know. That's helpful. As soon as the news is over, you turn the radio off so that the cab is silent again. Alright. Whoa. You now know more about your clients. Check the Passadex menu. Check the Passadex for more detail. Company cut 20. Oof. So we did, not great. We is broke. Alright, at the foot of your front door, just behind a drain pipe, you notice an envelope. It's thick and heavy. You can just make out your name written in thick black marker on the front. Your real name. You take a deep breath and go inside. In the envelope, you find more information, just as Bussett promised. Okay, so we have some new info. You look at the evidence on the table. It'll take you a while to read everything carefully. Steps in the hallway. They stop in front of your door and then move away. You take your shoes off before getting to work. Hold on. Wait. Oh. Alright. Hold to investigate. Not enough time. Okay. Take a look at our board. What info do we have? Alright. Oh. Alright, victim 1. Died 2 years ago. From Paris. Okay, Herv was a homeless man, unknown background. Briefly worked for victim 2, who was Charles. Killer fought with victim 1. Okay. Height is approximately... Victim owed money. Death equals execution. Victims killed with one bullet in the neck. Killer knew victims or researched them. Messages and talkative. I guess we had a night at with a heavy hand, you wipe your tired face. You open the sofa bed and lie down. The events of the day run through your head. The streets, the passengers, their faces, their problems. Don't smoke in bed, bro. It's a terrible idea. Smoking in bed is a stupid idea. Like, smoking ain't great, period, but if you're gonna do it, don't do it in bed. Is that something real? There we go. You open one eye. You find your studio calming. There's something special about living in a garret. A garret? It's like yours is the last place before the sky starts. You get up quickly. After a few minutes later, you're outside of your studio. Night 3. All right. I think we gotta do some rides today. We really gotta, like, try to make some money today. You slow down a bit. You've just been hit with a migraine. You crack your window. Icy Parisian air fills the cab. You need rest. You need coffee. You need to close your eyes. My coffee is still very hot. I literally made it as I was, like, after I started my stream, I went and made my coffee. Just a minute. One tiny minute. Question mark, question mark, question mark. You don't need to sleep. Whoa. You raise your head and see yourself sitting in the back seat. What the f... If you ever see yourself somewhere, that's a problem. Your gut clenches. No. It's more like pain is pulling your guts out. Or someone is pulling your guts out. Making up words. Yeah, I look like shit, I know. No surprise considering all the crap I eat, right? He smirks, or maybe it's just a smile. You can't quite tell. I've just got one thing to say. It won't take too long. You'll be able to get back to the feed. Take 2. You'll be able to get back to defending the weak and the poor right after. And maybe cleaning up your reputation and that pretty face of yours. I reckon it's a little healthy calling yourself pretty in, you know, this context. I wonder why I'm not in the driver's seat. You hear a knuckle crack, but neither of you buzzed. Frankly, it'd be easier for everyone. Another knuckle crack. If I were behind the wheel and you were in the back of my mind, of my conscience, a handful of knuckles crack, your shoulders quake. But no, that's not how this works. So do you talk back? Like, realistically, if you're having this kind of a moment, like, do you talk back? I mean, let's ask, apparently, our crazy, you know, side mind what it wants, I guess. Me? Nothing. You want to get out of the awful deal you made with that bitch of a lady cop. I don't like that. He makes a whistling with his teeth. You remember the night when the Zuz? He rolls his eyes. What a stupid name. You remember the night I'm talking about. You nod slowly. Say it. Say you remember. It's important. I, as the viewer, want this information, so I'm going to go ahead and say remember. When the killer attacked you, you saw his hand. He was wearing gloves. Yes, he was wearing gloves. Rubber gloves. With talcum powder on them. I know what you told that bitch. I was there. You remember? I said he was wearing gloves. I'm not talking about his gloves. I'm talking about his hands. His hand? The rubber was torn and you saw something. He stares at you. God damn it. Out with it. Remember? It's not hard. His voice sounds compressed, compacted, smushed. The last syllable rings in your ears like a scream. You remember the gloved hand. The hall light shining. Wrinkles on his skin. You jump as a car flies by right next to the taxi and honks. You'd fallen asleep. After sitting still for a second, you start the car. But the image of that wrinkled hand haunts you. Okay, that's a little bit of info. Ooh, is this our CIA dude? Oh shit, can I pick up a cat? Let's go pick up a cat. I know I lost money last night and really should be trying to but cat. Chunky. Fair. 21. Except you pull up to the sidewalk and wait for your passenger. Since it looks like a no-show, you get out of the cab after a minute or two to smoke a cigarette. There's not much going on in this small town in the suburbs. There are a few apartments that still have lights on. A sweet scent hangs in the air. Eventually, you stub out your cigarette and get back into the car. You jump, startled. A cat has managed to slip into the cab. It's sitting on the back seat, staring at you intently. You sit there for a moment, considering whether or not to shoo it away. But just as you are about to wave your hand, the cat shifts positions, and a slip of paper falls from its collar. Oh, we're giving a ride to a cat, y'all. You pick up the piece of paper and unfold it. A fragment of a map of Paris. The Saint Lazare train station. Okay. You turn your eyes slowly to the cat. He seems to be expecting an answer. Are you going somewhere? The cat tilts its head to the side as if to say yes. All right. Fuck it, we're driving the cat around. You want to go to St. The cat tilts his head again. Are you a dog? The cat slowly nods its head no. Your hands clutch the wheel too tightly. The hell is going on? This is the weirdest night as a cab driver. You turn around to face the cat. Okay, fine, I'll take you. You let out a sigh. Okay, fine. You start talking to yourself in low tones, as if to balance the conversation. Normal. This is all perfectly normal. Nothing is weird here, y'all. We're just gonna drive this cat to the train station, I guess. You start the cab, but cast a glance at the cat behind you. You're the one who ordered the cab? You start to laugh. A few minutes go by. You try to break the ice. Simple questions are probably best. Everything okay? Neither a yes or a no. More of a plaintive meow. Are you running away from someone? The cat lets out a long, plaintive meow. Another cat? Your owner? Another long, melancholic meow. You nod your head. What happened? Was it a man? No answer. A woman? Was she mean to you? The cat seems to be uncertain. Alright, do we think the cat didn't get enough attention? Got too much attention? Or was other cats the issue? This is so absurd. I love it. Cats are kind of jealous. The cat gives you a look of disbelief. No, that's not it, eh? You're independent. You'd like to be alone, right? The owner wasn't around. The cat doesn't seem to understand. For instance, your owner is never home. You're bored. You want to spend more time playing. If cats could roll his eyes, he could have. The cat doesn't seem to feel like talking anymore. He turns his head away and looks at the street out the window. You're not far now, after the next light. You point to a light in the distance. That's St. Lazare. We'll be there soon. A few yards later, you stop and at the drop-off area in front of the station. The first train doesn't leave for another hour. Where are you going? The cat stares at you without making a noise. Let me guess. St. Lazare? If you were going to the suburbs of Paris, you wouldn't have needed to come into town. To somewhere in the northwest of France. Normandy, Brittany, give up. I'm still going to talk to this cat, Brittany. No? Okay. Your passenger glance there, okay, not Brittany. The cat lets out a choppy meow. He wants to get out. Somewhere by the sea? The cat is looking at you and meows a sharp sound. Probably a yes. Very hungry eyes. I should have guessed Normandy. Or fish, I guess. You check the time on the dashboard. It's time to go get a real customer. You try not to think too much about the situation you're in. And hope no one sees that you see... Hope that no one sees you talking to a cat. Okay, I won't bother you with all that. Was that a meow of thanks? Even the cat doesn't want to talk to this dude. Okay, come on. Time to say goodbye. You get out of the cab and open the back door. A bill has appeared on the seat next to the cat. It is enough for the fare and more. Well, you are full of surprises, aren't you? I won't ask you where it came from. You smile, lean over to pet the cat. It leaps out of the car and darts between your legs. You can just make out its shape dashing up a flight of stairs and slipping between the bars of a gate. You get back in the car. You look at yourself in the rearview mirror. Your features are heavy with fatigue. Your right eyelid is twitching. As you start the car, you remember you're allergic to cats, but you haven't sneezed once. You pull out of the station. Damn, the cat tipped. Alright. Let's go see what this eyeball wants. This eyeball might be good information. We took our little cat drive and... From outside, the Montparnasse gun store looks like any other shop. Plain, discreet, front window, sliding doors. But inside, they sell handguns, machine guns, knives, even grenades. It's your first time here, but you've already had its owner in your cab. The store opens really early so that patrons can come train at the shooting range. As you walk to the counter, you hear the distant noise of gunshots under your feet. It's an unsettling experience. Madame Brochat, can I help you? It's the owner speaking. An older woman with a hunched back. She's been selling weapons since the 70s. She's cheeky in a typical Parisian way, and her wrinkles carve craters across her face. Ah, it's you. It's been ages. Come closer. You make small talk and eventually decide to go for it. I have a question for you about a weapon. You slide the photo of the shell across the counter. She looks up at you slowly. Where's the photo from? She's been doing this for years, and you doubt you can pull one over on her. I found it on the ground. A photographer friend. I took it, the cops. I found it on the ground. No, I'm gonna be straight with her. Yeah, and just how did you end up with police photos? I'm a cop now, I'm a private investigator now. I'm a private investigator now. On top of driving a cab, we got bills to pay. Alright? Living in Paris is expensive. And even though I have a studio apartment and a fold-out couch, it's expensive. She cocks her head towards the outside. Although with the disruptive economy we're living in, it's not surprising you have to work 2 jobs. Give that to me. She practically rips the photo out of your hands. You give her as many details as you can. She thinks for a while. The shop doors open and a woman, probably a cop from her appearance, comes in, greets the owner, and disappears downstairs. When she opens the door, it creaks and smells of gunpowder, and the smell of gunpowder spreads throughout the shop. It's funny, this doesn't fit with what you told me. The shell is in perfect shape, and you told me the bullets are also completely clean. But it's old ammo, you can tell. There are no scratches from there, but there are a few oxidation stains. Okay, that tracks. Her voice grows darker all of a sudden, like something had escaped from her. In my opinion, it's from an old weapon, perfectly maintained by someone who knew what they were doing. In light of what you told me, I'd say it belonged to a cop or a soldier. Could be a family weapon. It was a police service weapon in the 70s. Either a cop held on to it, or the guy you're looking for inherited it. That judge there, he's a pro. You raise your head to meet her gaze. Her old bones make that slight shift again. The one that could be constructed as a smile. Or she, actually. You know, lots of women shoot. And I give classes if you have any lady friends who are interested. Back in your cab. You glance back at the shop. You don't know how this woman knew that. Anyway, you start your taxi. You have what you need to move forward with your investigation. And a coupon for a class on shooting automatic weapons. Alright, let's go pick up this guy because he's right there. We need to make a little bit of money today. A little bit. I need to talk to you. Hey, it costs $20. Your passenger gets into the cab and greets you in uncertain tones. Francine, good evening. You try to answer as warmly as possible. Good evening. Good evening. I want to... She stops short, trembling as if in a panic. Is everything all right? Where are you going? Leave her alone for now. She wants to talk to me. Is everything all right? No, it's not. She begins She begins pouring her heart out. A flood of sorrow fills the cab. I've lost my cat. Oh my god, this is the cat lady. Your cat left you because of too much attention. She shakes her head as if chasing a bad dream. I'm with your cat on this. I know, it's pretty silly, it's pathetic, but I lost my cat. She holds up a poster of the missing animal. His name is Crunky. It's the cat from the other night, you're sure of it. I'm so glad this is paid off. Listen, I know it's going to sound crazy, but someone saw my cat get into a cab. So I called your company and asked which taxis were in the neighborhood the night he disappeared. You were the only one. I need your help. This cabby has such an interesting week. Her tone is increasingly hesitant, insecure. Please tell me you know where he is. Where is Crunky? Where is my cat? She takes a deep breath. It's a question of life and death. I saw him. What's it worth to you? She sits up straight with a jerk. That's wonderful. Where is he? Take me there. He took a train. The train? She looks down at the poster in her hand. That's why he stole my money. I knew he was up to something. He's so smart for a little ball of fluff. Did you talk to him? Lady, it's a cat. I clearly had a full conversation with him, and he did not like me much. I'm sure you talked to him. Crunky's not just any old cat, you know. He saved my life. I adopted him when he was still a tiny kitten. Oh, this is gonna be sad. I took care of him, spoiled him, fed him for weeks. That's why he left. I took time off work to take care of the little thing. I knew right away he wasn't like other cats. He was different. I stood up for him, too. When my friend said he was taking up too much room in my life, I dropped them. Okay, that's why your cat left. You have to give things you love space to breathe. When they told me he couldn't come with me to work anymore, I changed companies. He's the only reason I get out of bed in the morning. Oh, Christ. Go to therapy, lady. Please, I beg of you. Also, please, I'm begging you. When my mother died, I decided to get the cat. Why am I still laughing at this? I thought it would take my mind off of things, get me interested in something else, and then... She stares at you. I'm going to ask you one last time. Do you know where my cat is? Yeah, I'll tell you, but like... Your cat got into my cab. Her eyes flashed with hope. I drove him to St. Larsy. That's a word. Maybe. Okay. Could you stop the car, please? You pull over to the sidewalk. Thank you. She lowers her gaze. I know I was a little too much for him. I might have been a little suffocating, but he was everything to me. And nobody seems to understand. Nobody. That's not healthy. She looks you straight in the eye. What do you mean? To love someone so much, you can lock them up, you suffocate them. It's not healthy. For a cat, for a man, for a woman. She says nothing. You can hear her struggling to catch her breath. Thank you. I think I needed to hear that. I'm going crazy. Yes. Like, seek help. Her voice drops to a whisper. Crazy. She opens the car door and hands you a banknote at the same time. I need to be alone. She gets out of the cab and walks away without shutting the door. The next minute, she's gone, swallowed up by the night. You get out and close the door. Take a deep breath. Your lungs freeze. You wait another minute, then get back inside and start the engine. Cool. We made a couple bucks from that. Great. Still got about a quarter of a tank. Let's see who's nearby. Let's give the radio a quick listen. Listen to the news. You happen upon the nighttime news. The cultural portion of the news flash catches your attention. They're talking about Leo DeBarros' opera Lakme. Apparently, audience particularly like the set. A mother and her son are being interviewed just after the performance and seem very satisfied. You grin as you recognize their voice. Oh, it's the couple we saw in the last episode where the son came out to the mom and they were talking about how to... I hope they're doing okay. As soon as the news is over, you turn the radio off so the cab is silent again. That ate up a little bit of time, but... Alright, this one's blinking, so it might be important. I really should look up what the blinking ones mean. I need a ride, cabbie. Fare 22. Alright. Oh, it's our buddy, Herb. He was one of the, he was a witness. The door opens. It's Herb. He greets you with his bizarre verbal tick, as usual. How's it going, Owen? Hi, Herb. You start the engine. The passenger in the back seat is whistling a funny tune. He's in a pretty good mood. You look good today. Yeah, thanks. Some days are like that. Everything goes your way, hey? Belly is full. Your buddies are around to help you. You're not cold. He gives you a smile. And then you know you get good news. Oh, really? Really? Something you're glad to hear. Well, out with it then. Well, it's my ex-wife. She just got married again, and a real love story and all that. Just the way we like them. That's nice for her. He clicks his tongue and briefly rolls his eyes. Yeah, it's nice. She deserves to be happy. Stop that sentence there, buddy. That's, like, be happy for others' happiness. In the rearview mirror, your passenger's face clouds over as if what he was saying had just sunk in. Suddenly, between clenched teeth, he hisses. Perv. You look up. Huh? Thought you said something. No, that's what I thought. He gives you a toothy grin. Suddenly, Herv opens the cab door. You can pull up over here. I don't want you to get into any trouble. The guys in the squat can be a little on edge. You park the car and Herv opens up the door. Good night. Thanks again, Ken. Gives you a smile. A moment later, Herb vanishes into a graffiti-covered building. Its imposing Art Deco facade mesmerizes you for a moment. And then you start the cab. Well, that didn't help me any. Alright, let's see what this here eye is all about. A woman crosses the street in front of you carrying a baby in her arms. As you drive, you realize it's actually a big... Wait, a big what? Oof, nobody too close. I guess this fella. Although I want to get down to Santa. You take a look at your cab, you'd better remember to clean it at the end of your shift. Airport, accept. Your next passenger is waiting on the sidewalk with an enormous suitcase next to him. You get out of the cab, pick up the suitcase, which must weigh 45 kilos at the very least, and put it in the trunk. I assume that's heavy. You get back in, your passenger closes, with your passenger close on your heels. The doors slam shut. You turn the key in the ignition and look up at your passenger. Charles de Gaulle, right? He nods, and you start driving. Very early to be getting on a plane. He must be the type that likes to get there well ahead of time. Japanese, Chinese, you're not sure. You smile. Tourists always have such a magical image of Paris. There's almost no traffic, and you're able to drive at a decent speed. Behind you, in the rearview mirror, you can see the tip of the Eiffel Tower start to appear. Just scream Eiffel Tower. I'm just gonna scream Eiffel Tower. He smirks. Okay, Shinji. Alright, I don't... Well played. His tone leads you to believe he thinks it's ugly. Okay, you don't like it? He keeps staring at you with an annoyed expression. He obviously doesn't understand. Ditto. His voice is frank, with a dose of exhaustion. Maybe I should have spoke to him in English, because I assume he's speaking French, and he's obviously speaking either like Japanese or Mandarin or something. I don't know enough to know the difference. Okay, Japanese, you're sure now. Thanks. I wish I'd said that. Wish I'd clicked a moment ago and not, you know. He imitates the sound of a plane taking off. You think you may have recognized the name of the airport. Airport? Airport. He nods. He turns away so vehemently, you understand he wants to be left in peace. He wants calm and silence. You hear him mumbling to himself. His voice is deep and heavy. Hey, if somebody speaks Japanese, like, feel free to chime in. Like, he takes a short pause to swallow his spit. You know, he's real talkative for somebody who doesn't speak the same language as the person he's in a car with. You like Paris? He ignores you and keeps mumbling. The tone of his voice makes you think he's making a list of all the things he hated. He mumbles on and on. Man, this dude's really going. Ooh. He's made that sound before. Third time. You immediately recognize the word. Versailles? He busts out laughing. He glances at you. You don't understand. This one's impressive. Oh, you get the impression he wants you to repeat what he's saying. Repeat. He nods. He folds back into his seat, his eyes closed. He doesn't want to speak to you anymore. You've had passengers who didn't speak any French before, but this one seems furious. Maybe he didn't like Paris. Maybe he prefers Tokyo. You smile. For a second, you imagine yourself as a taxi driver in Tokyo. Businessmen, well-dressed high schoolers, those Japanese mobsters. What are they called again? I'm gonna leave him alone. I don't want to keep bothering this dude. You keep driving. You think about the movie you saw during your hospital stay. A black American soldier on the run who starts hanging out with some sort of bum who is a huge jazz fan. It was a singular movie. Incredible. It made a real impression on you. The title was... No, you can't remember the title. And how can you possibly describe it to your passenger? Impossible. What a shame you can't speak his language. What a shame not to understand him, not to be able to talk to him about it. You sigh. Maybe later you'll have time to learn Japanese. It's probably hard. Not the same alphabet, not the same letters. But then again, your parents could read in Arabic and write in French. And so could you. Yes, later. You'll have time. And then, here you are at the airport. A heap of ramps and tunnels brings you to the drop-off zone. You pull to a stop and your client wakes up. He notices the airport, a few taxis, your own fatigue. He starts talking peacefully in a soft voice. I don't know I don't even know how to represent what he's saying. Whoa. What exactly is going on here? Why are my frames? My poor frames. I don't... He shakes his head. Okay. He pays his fare with a twinge of shame. You get out of your taxi and help him get his suitcase out of the trunk. It weighs a ton. He thanks you with a sad look of defeat. He grabs onto your sleeve as you try to get back into your car. You nod, very slowly. Me too, buddy. He looks you over slowly from head to toe. When he starts speaking again, his voice is monotone and completely void of emotion. Something inside you resonates, like you understood what he just said. He lost someone, his wife maybe. He looks upset. He shakes his head. He should have come with someone. If only you could understand him. He bows. When he straightens up, his eyes are misty. You don't know why, but it seems like normal. Seems normal to reply, "You're welcome." He walks away with his huge suitcase. Without looking back, your passenger goes into the airport. The sliding glass doors close behind him. You start to realize the airport is waking up all around you. A woman who must have been a Viking in another life is pushing a floor waxer across the tiles in the entryway, just below the heating vents. Fellow driver waves as he's leaving the drop-off zone. A plane, maybe the first one of the day, appears in the sky. You get back in the taxi. For a minute, you rub your freezing hands together to warm them up. Just a few seconds before driving off. All right. I really wish there was a gas station around here. Where's this pal going? Try to get one more and we can gas up at the beginning. A ambulance passes you and speeds ahead. Well, that takes us all the way down there. Oof. You double park and wait for your next passenger to slide into the back seat. He looks at you like he appreciates you and your taxi. He gives you his address. You start driving. A few words are exchanged. The weather, taxes, traffic. Then, you can tell it's coming. The inevitable conversation about the killer. Some bits of information, rumors, things overheard. You make a mental note of what you've heard. Who knows? It might come in handy. Yeah, this game is actually pretty interesting. I drove a cat earlier. Like, I picked up a cat and drove it to a or a train station. And it's like a cool, like, murder mystery thing where you gotta find clues. But welcome in, Judge Dredd. How have you been? How was your spring break? You were just on that, right? Your passenger doesn't make a sound for the next few minutes of the trip. It doesn't bother you. You have enough on your mind. Your investigation, the Judge, Bussett. You're overcome with a craving to smoke. You nod slowly and glance at your passenger. Calm and still, he seems far away. Everything okay? Oh yeah, the cat was definitely sus. Like, but I get it. After meeting the owner, I side with the cat. Yes, thank you. He slowly turns his head towards you and gives you an odd look. Like he is disappointed you're talking to him. He watches you closely for another minute and turns back to look out the window. You keep your eyes on the road. The silence becomes heavy. All of a sudden, you feel a strange sense of camaraderie with your passenger. I gotta stop playing with that. You look at him quickly in the rearview mirror. He doesn't look familiar at all, and yet, it's like you know him. I remember that dude. He was a bad guy in Life is Strange. A second later, an outside light shines on his face at a weird angle. It looks like he's smiling. A few seconds later, you drive down his street and he straightens up a bit. You park in front of the number he gave you. He pays his fare without a word. The door opens slowly and he smiles at you. You can tell it comes from the bottom of his heart, despite how uptight he is. You're a really swell guy. You weren't expecting that. By the time you collect your thoughts, your passenger is already far away. He disappears into a building. A moment goes by before you turn the key in the ignition. Okay, that's good. But we need gas. So we're gonna hightail to this here gas station. It's the end of the night. You now know more about your clients. You've met the Judge. Ooh. Yeah, Cronky was the cat we met. Like, the cat was pretty dope. We drove the cat to the station. And we did not make any money. Shit, I didn't read any of that. Hold to investigate. Hold to investigate. Alright, let's look up at the board here. We've got a little bit of time to figure this out. Alright, what do we have? Alright, he left the message at the... I was part of Police League 2 years ago. Who's the... Whoa, okay, Game, I swear. Oh yeah, no, this is the second night in a row, like, I just straight up didn't make money doing this. Like, I'm not a good taxi driver, apparently. And my murder board is a mess. Alright, the killer's height is greater than 1.70 meters, and the killer's height is greater than 1.80 meters. Oh. Huh. I never played the Sherlock Holmes games. Are they any good? The only thing I know about them is the creepy, like, teleporting Watson joke. Because apparently, like, Watson doesn't have a walk animation. So he just teleports whenever you look away from him. Okay, Killer left chalk messages on the first 3 crime scenes, which Alright, this was victim 3. It was Claudia, it looks like. She tortured prisoners. This was victim 2. So 2, 3. Can I rearrange these? No? Okay, that seems like a miss. Alright, I think this was victim 1, 2, 3, 2. Police gun in the 70s. That jives with that. I wish he had a slightly larger murder board or slightly smaller handwriting. Alright. Bull case. Alright, weapon, the police gun from the 70s. Weapon gun used was a rare gun in the 70s. Those all relate to each other. Death and execution. Killer has wrinkles on their hands. Alright, I'm going to end that night. The phone rings and you jump. You're not used to hearing it. No one ever calls you. It must be Bussett. Let's pick it up. You pick up. Bussett sounds irritated. You played through all of them except the new one, and the animations could be buggy, but solving the crimes was awesome. I mean, if it's a good mystery, I can deal with bad graphics. Like, if the other mechanics are really good, I could deal with graphical bugs. That's fine. But, like, if it was a good game, it's a good game, though. That made no sense. I'm sorry. But, yeah, no. Like, that makes sense. Like, if the graphics are buggy, it's not that big a deal if the mystery was really good and, like, worth solving. You pick up. Bussett sounds irritated. You there? Yeah. Listen, it's... She pauses. You suddenly hear a ruckus in the background. Probably noise at the station. Bussett raises her voice. Anyone got the time? Guys. Hey, anyone? Fuck, they're all Take 2. Fuck, they're all Neanderthals here. Listen, it's early and I'm wiped out. So are you, I bet. Let's get straight to the point. What do you have for me? In a calm, methodical tone, you start giving her the evidence you've collected. In my experience, there were only a few bugs I noticed, but the mysteries were well thought out. Also, the graphics are pretty good. Okay. See, that's the thing, though. Like, I only know of the Sherlock Holmes games from that one, like, meme of the Watson teleport. And have you seen that? But, like, like I said, if they're fun to play, like, bugs aren't that biggest problem. You start with the first suspect, their connection to the victims, the rumors, then the second suspect, and so on. A few minutes in, she lets out a whistle. Not bad at all, seriously. You should come give a lesson to the zombies I work with. A long sigh. I have some good news for you. We checked the alibi of one of the suspects I gave you. As you listen to her, you turn to the board and pull down the suspect she's referring to. So it's gotta be someone else. She snickers. You know how lucky you are? I'm doing your job for you. Okay, enough chit chat. I gotta run. Ooh, Bussett better be careful about this whole I'm doing your job. Like, you are blackmailing me into doing this, lady. Like, make no doubts about it. Like, catching a serial killer is not a cab driver's job. I'll call you in 2-3 days, okay? Understood. Good. Good, doggy. Ooh. I'll call you in 3 days, and you'd better have what I need to make a proper arrest. The DA has fangs. We're pretty sure he's going to turn into a werewolf at some point. She babbles on for a while, her voice becoming softer, but more sarcastic. That would explain his terrible breath. Okay, I'm out. She hangs up. You hold on to the handset to your ear for a while. You have just one more thing in mind: sleeping and forgetting it all. So who had, okay. Suspect. Okay, so these aren't victims, they're suspects. Okay. Why did I keep thinking they were victims then? Okay, but that one has an alibi, that's good. With a heavy hand, you wipe your tired face. You open the sofa bed and lie down. The events of the day run through your head. How long have we been going? Alright. The streets, the passengers, their faces, their problems. Your brain is running at full speed. Your body aches. You are in pain. You can tell you need to get more sleep. You glance at your investigation board. You hope to find more information. Tonight, even as soon as you wake up. You shake your head, and your mind wanders for a second. A second later, you're asleep. You open one eye. Your back aches. You'd like to close your eyes and go back to sleep. Every morning I feel that. I feel that in my soul. You get up quickly. And a few moments later, you're outside of your studio. Night 4. Alright, I think we need to get gas. That's the most important bit. Alright. He's no longer a suspect, so we're not going to worry too much about him. But we are going to drive here and then to that gas station. Because we are in the red on gas. The police archives look like any other building in Paris. No sign, nothing to make it stand out. But this is where all the case files and criminal records are stored. You know the place well. For several months, you spent a lot of time with the woman who directs it. Oh. She was a regular passenger, calling upon you almost every night. First as a driver, and then... You can see her shape from across the street. You try to prevent your brain from going there, but it has a mind of its own. She's as beautiful as ever. You get out of the cab. You cross over the sidewalk on the other side. I'm not going to lie, I was surprised by your request. She lights a cigarette. She still has that cold, distant look about her. But you know it's just a facade. You don't smoke anymore? He's been smoking the whole time, why stop now? That first whiff of nicotine and gas from your lighter. Whiffed. Heaven. She runs a hand through her hair. Her wedding band shines under. Oh, you homewrecker. Under the street lamp, you're freezing. Our protagonist is a homewrecker, y'all. I mean, I don't think he's a good dude. Like, clearly he has something dark going on. Listen, I'm sure you know I'm not allowed to give you this kind of information. But if what you said was true, then you get the impression she's reaching for your side. I guess let her do it? Like, her hand brushes over your wound. You think about her body, her habits, how she used to call you in the middle of the night. I fished around and the first 3 victims were not part of the data leak. Shit. Shit indeed. That means that the information about Besson program and okay. Oh, Lord. Yes, that's it. However that's supposed to be pronounced, y'all. It all came from someone who had access to their criminal records. That help? Alright, so we're looking for a cop. Which I think either a cop or somebody related to a cop. You nod, bits of ash from your cigarette sprinkle into your pants. Either cop, actually I think cop's more likely, because for them to get active files, they would still need to be able to have access. If you're a retired cop, you wouldn't necessarily have access. We're looking for an older cop. One that would have been active in the 70s. I don't know exactly when this game takes place. We did have a cyborg in last week's episode, so I'm willing to bet it's current. So better than nothing. Mode of silence. Helene takes a drag of her cigarette like there's no tomorrow. She paces a bit to warm herself up. You should come over sometime. What do you think? You grin. You and Helene used to sleep together. Thanks for being explicit about it. I definitely didn't pick it up earlier when you were talking about it. Stupid inner monologue. When things with her husband weren't so good. Yeah, I'm rebuffing her. She turns her head away, a soft, gleeful motion. Gleeful, Christ. A soft, graceful motion. Of course, I don't know why She looks deep into her eyes. You look down. Her hands are shaking. One last smile, and she puts her cigarette out. You do the same. I've got to run. Need a taxi? That's very kind of you, but no. But Bruno is coming to pick me up in a little while. Good luck. She reaches out to you affectionately, then stops. You decide to cross the street. Put some distance between you as quickly as possible. When you get to your cab, you hear her saying something. She's yelling from across the street. Also, you should stop smoking. It's bad for your health. You wave. She goes back into the archives. You get into your cab and rub your hands together. Time to get back to your shift. Now, I know she probably meant it as a joke, but like, as a smoker, the last thing I want to hear from anybody is that it's bad for my health. I know it's bad for my health. You know it's bad for my health. We can all agree it's bad for my health. But like, I need to go get gas. Like, you pull over and stop at a gas station. Wait, have I been able to scroll images this whole time? Not a soul in sight. The fluorescent lights irritate your eyes, and the smell of pee is wafting up from the space in between the pumps. It's self-service here. You pay directly at the pump. The mini-mart over there, it must sell newspapers. The person behind the counter must see and hear things. Might be worth asking a couple questions. You get out of your taxi and are struck by the familiar feeling that you are the last person on Earth. Let's check out the shop. You walk into the mini-mart. The clerk behind the counter is undoubtedly the most ordinary person you've ever seen. Can I help you? Price €5. Cash. Talk with the clerk. Go ahead and buy a newspaper, and we'll talk with the clerk. You examine the newspaper and magazine covers. The serial killer is on the front of all of them. It's crazy, isn't it? You'd think they'd have caught him by now. The clerk smiles. You recognize the twinkle in his eye. This guy has something to tell you. Ooh. Come back tomorrow. Is this like a lottery ticket or something? Too good. Okay, we'll buy it. I don't speak French, so I don't know what that means. Hey! Everything's coming up Millhouse. Please come back. So, the clerk is still in the middle sentence when you leave the shop. Wait, what? Alright, let's fill up the tank. Ooh. Ooh, 84 pounds. 84 euros to fill up the gas tank. Oh no. Like, too real. You get in your cab and drive away. Oof. At $5 I won, suddenly it doesn't feel so great. Let's go head up to this dude here. He looks shady. A cat walks in front of your cab. Its eyes shine for a minute. A second later, it's gone. The Porte de Versailles? Whoa. Except. Thank God I put gas in it. The door opens and your passenger collapses into the back seat. His eyes hidden behind a pair of large dark glasses. His clothes reek of sweat and booze. A clubber. He mumbles his destination and you start driving. Few words are exchanged. The weather, taxes, traffic. Then you can tell it's coming. The inevitable conversation about the killer. Some bits and rumors. Oh, this is the same thing I read a moment ago with the other dude who was freakishly nice and uncomfortably nice. You make a mental note of what you've heard. Who knows? It might come in handy. Available in my room. Your mind wanders. Your eyes vaguely scan the store windows. The sodium light coming off the street lamps feels like it's dripping into your brain. You're falling asleep. Need a bit of music to keep you awake. He asks the passenger. You glance at your passenger. Mind if I put on a little music? He waves his hand as if to say who cares. You turn the radio on, pressing the dial to find a station you like. 80s rock ballad, too soft. Behind you, your passenger is snoring, barely, but you can hear him. Atonal classical music. Sounds like an orchestra is badly tuned. Rye? Not tonight. Two journalists discovering new evidence investigation into the judge's murders. The information they share, salon talk, nothing more. Seems important nonetheless. An ad interrupts the turn of words. You change the station. Classical music again. The flute grates your ears. Electronic music. You like the rhythm, but just aren't in the mood. Stop. You lift your head from the dial and the music plays on. Not bad. Turn it up so I can hear it better. Say nothing. He leans forward. Not bad at all. You hear the touch of an accent. Probably an American, but someone who's lived most of his life in France. Leave it on until they say the musician's name. I don't know why I'm doing Disco Stew. Disco Stew seems right, so we're gonna roll a Disco Stew. The music continues. There's something turning on in the background. A persistent melody that gets higher and higher. Your client mumbles. I bet. Actually, it's more Duffman, isn't it? I don't know. I'm bad at impersonations. The song is coming to an end, and the announcer in a piercing foghorn voice throws out the name of a DJ you've never heard of. DJ Blunt. I knew it. You like his stuff? Yeah, it's good product. It's pretty conventionally structured, but it's super popular. Pardon. He snickers. Still. I taught the dude everything he knows. Everything. In '94, at a party at the Rex Club, there was this kid who started buying me rounds. He waves his hand around. A kid no older than 17. I thought he was hitting on me. That's weird, dude. He chuckles. He would have been disappointed. He shakes his head. No, he wanted me to teach him how to spin. I told him no. but you can watch. And that's exactly what he did. Every night until we moved to the Osiris. He showed X to pay his way in. He briefly snickers. And now he's on the radio? Silence fills the cab. Wait at silence. You can tell your passenger's mind is spinning. You know what he did this summer? He was the opener for the soccer championship at Stade de France. It was huge. I'm going to stop doing this voice now. I wonder what people think if they knew he was selling drugs at 17. I mean, it hasn't hurt most people in the music industry. He lowers his voice a bit. If they only knew. Your passenger calms up. Well, watch him. You stare at your passenger and notice little details revealing how old he must be. The thinning hair on top of his head. The creases in his forehead. His worn blazer that he can't quite fashion anymore. We ran into each other in Ibiza 4 or 5 years ago. You almost jump at the sound of his voice. I was spinning in this little club. Yeah, really little, but it was something. He totally ignored me, of course. Even those dark glasses, you can see how angry he is. Oh, no. That's not nice. DJ motherfucking cunt. He suddenly starts waving his arms around and as he rummages through his pockets as he says, your radio, can it take a flash drive? You glance at your radio. You don't really know what he's talking about. Bro, it's a cab. I don't know. No worries. He lays his phone on the space between the two front seats. Listen to this. It's what I played tonight. It's mine. He sets the phone to play, but you know, people were barely dancing. The drum machine playing a hard-as beat in the background. They were talking, taking each other's picture. 4 notes start to dance in the cab. They barely touch, never kiss anymore. A perfect dance beat becomes progressively audible. All that. A pure electronic crescendo plays. Is over. There's a break in the music. Synthesized strings calm the song down without it slowing down. At least, the song is getting intense again, explodes as your passenger drifts off. I got people dancing. The song keeps going for another minute, then stops. Your passenger doesn't buzz. You drive to the rhythm of his snoring. The sound fills the cab. Ideas are bouncing through your head like they do every time you find yourself alone. This guy in the back seat is too old to be young. You look at your own hands. They look like they're suddenly aging in time lapse. You close your eyes for a second. Only a second. When you open them, you've reached your destination and have pulled over to the sidewalk. You tap your passenger's knee. What is happening? I'm sorry, hold on one sec. Why is my render so bad all of a sudden? I don't seem to be losing frames, so I'm not too concerned, but that's not great numbers. Sorry, y'all. There's a red, digit flashing on my OBS. You tap your passenger's knee, and he wakes with a start. Shit, yeah? We're here, sir. Ah, yes, great. He rummages through his pocket and hands you a few rumpled bills for a fare. Thanks, I hope you liked it. Silence. The music, I mean. My music. The song I played you. I should have been in the spotlight, you see. 15 minutes of fame. Just a minute of. He stifles a burp. You hear him mumble as he leaves the taxi. Those whiskey and oranges? Really, what the hell? You see him stagger towards his building. It takes him several tries to open the door. He finally disappears inside. You heave a long sigh. Okay, come on. Alright, we made a decent amount for that, offsetting that massive gas bill we just had. Alright, what's nearby? We're gonna take a ride to this, because that might be important to us. You're driving along when a strange burnt smell suddenly fills your cab. You look around, sniff. Is it coming from outside? We're gonna keep driving. You keep driving. The smell is persistent, overwhelming. You see something move in your rearview mirror. You brake suddenly. A woman's voice resonates around the cab. I can't. I need a better signal. I'm here. I'm here. You turn around slowly. A young woman has appeared behind you. Don't shout. I'm afraid I'll lose connection. I don't have much time. There's something strange about her face. It's as if she is several different people at once. Listen to me carefully. I've come from the future, and you must know that you met... She stops moving like a computer glitch. She stays this way, still frozen. Suddenly starts moving again. Fascist in suits with tons of money and control of social media. In 2037, he escapes to cleanse Europe, literally and figuratively. She stops herself. Shit, I'm breaking up. She lowers her head to speak at someone else. The signal is unstable. She turns to you, her eyes sparkling. A coalition led by the Iranian president and a few African leaders managed to find a remedy, but it's too late. The human race has been almost entirely decimated. She looks at you. They sent me to look for more information on Hoyga, but also on other people you may have met. Does Sean Jackson sound familiar? Jackson. You shake your head slowly. No idea. He went to mime school. She smiles coyly. I know what you're thinking, but I'm serious. She shakes her head. Tragically serious. Hold on, have we dealt with that person? There's no... Ludwig? What the hell is Ludwig? Yeah, Campo, Sylvie... Okay. Wait, was he the weird cyber kid? No. Okay, I don't think we actually met that person, so... Okay, let's continue on. I don't know who you're talking about. Well, shit. I'm too late in the game. They sent me to the wrong moment. She snaps her fingers. Annabelle Robert, a photojournalist. Her reporting will... Her voice suddenly starts to crackle. Reveal the existence of underground laboratories. She absolutely must go to Syria. Life depends on it. The radio starts blaring incomprehensible voices, like it was picking up a secret station. No physical contact. You will not get a second chance. The seat behind you is suddenly empty. The young woman is gone. The radio stops. Nighttime silence takes its place. For a second, you wonder if you were dreaming. You slowly breathe in and start to drive again. I'm gonna give that a healthy what the fuck. I reckon I'll pick this lady up. She's right there. Let's try to get some... The words, I can sense them, they're calling me. Except, I probably should have written down either of those names that time traveler should have told me because I won't remember. Your passenger immediately raises her hand. Drive. Drive. I don't care where. I just need you to drive. Okay. I said drive. Start driving. You turn the key in the ignition. Yes, there, good. Keep going this way. Her deep, full voice makes you slightly uncomfortable. With closed eyes, she seems like she's in a place far from the backseat of your taxi. When she starts speaking, there's an odd whistle in her voice, like she has a hole in one of her teeth. Slow down. Frail or fragile? A bit surprised, you look at her in the mirror. Answer me. Frail or fragile? I'm not sure. I don't think about it. Just say the first one that comes to mind. Frail or fragile? I'm picking Fraggle, y'all. Anybody? Fraggle. You know then. Yes, you know. You must. She giggles. Both words actually have the same root. A smile spreads across her face. 2 words, 2 units. Life went on, and words mixed once again. She pauses. You okay? She doesn't hear your question because she starts to scream. Go down this street and stop. You speed up in the quiet street. The cold weather has driven away all the passerbys. Yes, there, good. I've got it. She cries out with a joy and it resonates in the cab. I've got it. Look, the words are right there. They're wandering past us like sheep, like... She explodes with laughter. What words? She immediately stops laughing. She silences you with a wave of her hand. Now, I must write. She closes her eyes. Her fingers stroke imaginary upholstery. The frail are forced into battle. Together come the children, a son, a daughter, standing tall to salute. They will cry, oh yes, they will cry. The eaglets fly behind. The frail will say, your passenger freezes when she opens her eyes again. She stares at you. What happens when you sleep? She's waiting for your answer. She tilts her head to the side just a bit. No, that's a lie and you know it. What happens when you drive? None of these are really the answer. I don't want to answer. I work. I make a living. I work. Exactly. You give your time to others. She laughs strangely, almost a snicker, as her eyelids droop. And the son will say, frail father, I want you to come back to life. And the daughter will say, frail father, I want you to come back a winner. The whistle in her voice grates on your ears. The father responds, you must choose. As the eagle lands upon his shoulder, together they fly off, and thus all began. Fragile, frail, 2 paths that cannot be fooled. The son and the daughter will grow up, though not at the same pace. What the fuck is going on? When early one morning, 20 years later, they wake up. They wake up to the sound of a bugle. The sound will be beaten, churned, and clubbed. Until she stops, her eyes slowly open. Until the son, no, stop the car. You follow orders and brake hard. The eaglet. She shakes her head. The words. Your passenger pinches her face. Oh no, I can feel the words getting away from me. Ah! She opens the door and runs off down the street. By the time you turn around, she's vanished. You sit there for a moment. Something hits your windshield. You get out of the car, lean toward the wipers, and discover a small white seashell. You look around. No one. You hurry back to the driver's seat and drive away. She just stiffed us on the bill. The fuck, lady? Let's go see what this is about, I guess. That went way too fast for me to have read it. I guess she's right there, although that looks a whole lot like it's a shelter for people when they get too cold. Bring her over here. Portman. Ooh, almost a 30-euro fare. The two women getting in the cab give you their address. They say nothing as you start the car. A faint scent of alcohol hangs in the air. They've been drinking. That explains the alcohol smell. After a moment's silence, the younger of the two breaks the silence. So, what do you think? About him? Who else? Of course him. Not the bar. Well, I'm not sure. A strange sound escapes her. She sighs. He's pretty dumb. Dumb? How so? You know, dumb as a doornail. All but staring at himself in the mirror over the bar when he went to get drinks. But does that matter? No, not really. He's got a good body, good looking, lots of energy. He's just got a sort of animal vibe, like a little panther. Really like that style. You really like that style? The passengers exchange looks. The older of the two gives her friend a smile. You know exactly what I mean. They reach for each other's hand. In the back seat of the car, the gesture is full of tenderness. A moment's silence. The older woman clears her throat. What about you? What did you think of him? The younger woman gives herself a minute to think. I don't know. He was heavy, too sure of himself, and he spends too much time at the gym. Did you get that bit about... Yeah, please. That innuendo about sexual performance? Who speaks like that? A short mocking laugh escapes her. He was pretty heavy-handed with all of his expertise on yoga and orgasms. Just yoga and orgasms and yoga. Ugh, wouldn't stop going on. True, though. Strong pelvic floor muscles can't hurt. Well, anywho, he was all preachy. He should write a book. The perfect gift for your ex-husband. They burst out laughing. Oh, I've met her ex-husband. Herv. That's Herv's wife. When the laughter dies down, the younger of the two resumes talking in a more serious tone. Anywho, like I was saying, she looks at her friend intently. Is it really that important? I mean, we're looking for a donor. Not a father, not a lover, not a guardian or a godfather. Oh, I know what's going on here. Nothing but a donor. Yeah, just a donor. She casts a glance in your direction, conscious all of a sudden they aren't alone in the cab. She goes on, lowering her voice. Yeah, but still. Yeah, but still. If he had been a date, I think I would have been out there like 5 minutes flat. I do yoga, I meditate 6 hours a day. I went to Tibet to learn the ancient art of... And serfdom did exist in Tibet before the 1950s. I checked on Wikipedia. I thought Buddhists were supposed to be curious and open-minded. He was like some old conservative dude in the body of a young Brad Pitt. Pause again. But like you were saying, does all that really matter? Her friend nods. The two young women are lost in their respective thoughts. You know, I'm not against that kind of stuff or anything. It's up to him if he wants to be a drag with all that yoga and meditation bullshit. I don't have a problem with that. She gives her girlfriend a reassuring look. Anywho, there's no way any of that is going to be passed on to our daughter. Or our son. Her friend flashes a big smile. Really, friend? We're still going with friend there, buddy? But it's going to be a girl. I can feel it. And yoga. It's not genetic. Well, I have to ask Dr. Vidal. Vidal? Yes, I bet he'd really love that. He'll think we're messing with him. He said we can ask him anything. He's going to take us for a couple of idiots. Besides, it's impossible. Pompousness cannot be passed on to children. Yes, it can. Although that's probably more of a nurture thing, not a nature thing. The younger woman doesn't seem convinced and makes an exaggerated pout. So you're saying an ear for music? Yes, that's passed on, but pretentiousness isn't? Exactly. Okay, so if you don't want to believe me, she leans forward. She leans towards you all of a sudden. Sorry to bother you, but did you hear what we were just talking about? Don't eavesdrop. The passenger looks at you for a moment before flashing you a broad smile. Okay, right, you didn't hear any of it. She attempts to wink, but isn't able to pull it off. She's had too much to drink. One of these. Yeah. One of those. By the way, I'm sure that looked attractive as all hell. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, people. Right. Well, right, so. My wife and I are meeting potential donors in order to conceive a baby. Her partner rolls her eyes. And we were wondering if you thought pretentiousness could be passed on to children. Genetically. You give her a look in the rearview mirror and take a moment to answer. The question's so utterly absurd. Leave him alone, Emil. He's a taxi driver, not a genealogist. Don't get all worked up about it. I'm just asking his opinion. Alright, yes, I'd say it's possible. No, it's impossible. I don't know. I think that my personal thoughts on that kind of thing is that's more of a nurture thing, not a nature. I think it's impossible. Although impossible is more of a strict stance than I would take with it, but it's as close as I got. The passenger flaps back into the seat. So the answer is no, is it? You're no fun. Seriously, we should have taken another cab driven by a genetics expert. She burst out laughing. The younger passenger leans forward, or towards you. Sorry. My partner doesn't mean anything by all that. We've had a bit to drink, and it's the first time for us tonight. We're meeting donors. You pull up to the client's address and cut the engine. Be understanding. Like, there's no reason not to be understanding. Like, no problem. The passenger seems relieved. I'm a cab driver. I'm used to all kinds of funny stuff. I drove a cat the other night. And then its owner. And I side with the cat after listening to the owner. I can imagine. Have you been driving a cab for long? You avoid her eye. Yeah, you could say that. The passenger pays for the ride. She lets out a sudden guffaw and can't help adding, anyhow, thanks for answering. Come on, Emil, that's enough. As her friend tugs her arm, Emil starts to mumble to herself. I definitely think we should ask the doctor just in case. We need a second opinion. You wait until the two women have entered the building, then start the car. Oh, wow, we made a good tip from that one. I mean, we're still probably going to have all of our money taken by the cab company. But, ooh, we're right here, and that's a yellow one? I haven't seen one of those in a bit. That wasn't... Too drunk to drive. Hold on. We need to... I swear I've seen that dude. Like, he's probably one of our... I'm sorry, the fuck? I don't recall driving a robot. But, yeah, we're going to accept that because I'm pretty sure he's one of our suspects. You pull up in front of the address that the central office gave you. A crepe joint. Quite popular one by the looks of the line spilling out the door and onto the sidewalk. It's like 3 a.m. Who's eating crepes at 3 a.m.? You sit for a moment. The door opens and a group of 30-somethings comes into view. All the men and women are dressed alike. Sporty, running shoes, jeans, small shoulder bags. They're officers from the Paris anti-crime squad in plain clothes. You sigh. They're Brutus types. Alright. Next. Ones who like to race, tackle, cobbler. The ones who ruined the afternoons you spent wandering around Paris in your teens. I don't know how, but I screwed up drinking my coffee, y'all. All over my fancy t-shirt. After a bit, one of them pulls away from the group and comes over to your cab. He opens the door and collapses onto the back seat. He's stocky and of Asian descent. You can see his muscles through his thick winter clothes. He smells like crepes and hard cider. His face is bright red. Hey, what's up? I live near Turnus. He chuckles as one of his colleagues rushes over to the taxi and pulls out an imaginary gun from his coat. He points to his badge and screams at you with a big smile on his face. What a douchebag. The other cop eventually backs off and you drive away. Sorry, man. We were having a going away party for a colleague and celebrating Christmas, too. Uh-huh. Don't take it the wrong way. They're not bad guys. Well, they're cops, so, like... You glance sideways at him. He just laughs in response, but quickly stops himself. I am truly sorry. We don't notice how late it had gotten. It's pretty tense right now. Your passenger smiled, then puts his fingers back on his temples. I drank too much. Shit. Well, don't drink shit. I'm a lightweight and they knew it. I think they were trying to loosen my tongue. His behavior changes abruptly, like he's seen a ghost. One question. Yes. Do taxi drivers have some sort of policy or ethics code? Yeah, of course. He smiles. Perfect. Because I don't know who to talk to about this, and I don't know. You look like a nice guy. He takes his head in his hands. This is some useful information. I can feel it fucking shit. I've been lying to my colleagues for years. I joined the squad 8 years ago, and they think I'm in a relationship with a woman who lives in Strasbourg. And we're going to get married. He makes a strange yelping noise, like an air bubble bursting the surface on a river. As soon as they get too close to Strasbourg, I start making up stories. We've almost broken up 10 times. I convinced them we're trying to have a kid, but it hasn't worked yet. He sighs. Fuck, saying it out loud is just the worst. His eyes are getting shiny. I'm gay. I mean, live your best life, bro. I'm getting married in a few weeks to my boyfriend. Another breath, longer, deeper. No one at work knows, not a soul. The next sentence comes out in a rush. He holds his breath the whole time. I like men. Yes, that's what gay means. I've always liked men. Yes, that's what gay means. Like, but I work in a police station and listen to their comments, to their jokes all day long. When we catch a guy who's never done time before, we tell him briefly what he should expect. We talk about the violence, about the oh no. Finally, he breathes in again. I say we because I'm in on it. Like, ooh, hey, if you're sensitive, like, hey, how's it going tonight, Dapper? Congratulations again on reaching 100, by the way. Like, good job. But yeah, no, I'm glad you're hanging out, and hopefully work's going well for you. We're trying to find a murderer, and it's getting weird. I got a cop admitting to me he's gay, and gay bashing at work, and it's kind of awful. But hopefully you're having a good night at work. Thanks for popping in. I can say I get it any time of the day without any prompting. Word rolls off my tongue completely naturally. He finally looks you in the eye. They're not mean. That's pretty mean. I'm not acknowledging that. Like, don't make excuses for them. They're cops, not mean. You just said they're mean. You just said they're cops. Like, it's one and the same. Just doing your job. He manages to flash a tiny crooked smile. You know what I'd really like? He pauses. I'd like to have them over for dinner. Everybody on the squad. They can see my place. We could play a board gamer. Something normal, you know? And they can meet James. I reckon he's his husband-to-be. He takes a moment to think about your question. Yes, soon. He smiles at last, a genuine smile. Yeah, because for the first time this dude feels seen because I just said your husband-to-be. Like, dude, find a new line of work and, like, live your life. Christ. Not through Christ, because, you know, a lot of people get weird about that one, but, you know. Can you believe it? We're getting married in 2 weeks. After living together for 9 years, he's been willing to live in a lie. Do they not have Jameses in France? I do want to travel to France. Like, I do want to go see Paris at least one time. It's on the list, but, like, lower than, like, Tokyo or Hong Kong. It's wild, but yes. He knows I love my job and couldn't possibly do anything else. He loves me enough to let me keep lying. He slowly shakes his head. But I can't go on like this. I have to. He freezes. Shit, my head is spinning. I don't feel so good. Why am I telling you all this? Why? I told you we have a ethics code as a cab driver and you for some reason believe me. Grounds yelling to the seat in front of him. Don't puke in my cab. Hey, can you pull over? You stop. He immediately opens the door and leans the top half of his body out. Don't puke on the side of my cab either. He throws up. You. Why would you open your window? You open your window to air out the greasy smell of fried crepes and the sour scent of cider. A moment later, the cop sits back up. Okay, I'm all set. I got it all out. Bro, you're lucky it's raining. So, a story my dad used to tell me, real quick. Him and my mom were on a date, and they had a bit too much to drink, and my dad had borrowed my grandfather's brand new Cadillac. And my mom proceeded to puke on the door, right in between the window and the door panel. And apparently, it was so bad my grandfather had to sell the car because every time it rained, that smell came back. So yeah, think about that whenever you puke out the side of a car. It's not good. You start driving again. I'm sorry, really. As long as it's not in my taxi. He snickers. Yeah, it's funny now, but if you puked in my cab, this wouldn't be a funny manner. I promise, I'll warn you if it might happen again. You nod while your passenger moans and quietly says, I'm sorry. Alright, don't worry about it. He pauses to catch his breath. Shit, I haven't barfed like that since last Easter. They made me drink this South African liquor. Something with cream and coca. South African liquors. I actually don't know much about alcohol from Africa. Actually, that is something I'll look into as a drinker. Nasty. Apparently he didn't like it. I keep spilling coffee down the front of myself. This coffee mug sucks. You can picture it. I can still picture it. I was doing shots while they shouted my name. Karate Kid, Karate Kid. Bro, they're not good people. He seems uncomfortable. No shit. It's my nickname on the squad. Karate. Yeah, I was a judo champion. Oh, okay. Oh no. He runs his hands along the sides of his body like he's showcasing it for the Home Shopping Network. So, Karate Kid. Yeah, I know, it makes no sense. Wait, what? I gotta move my mouse. I keep accidentally clicking on things. Well, yeah, a little, but at first, I didn't say anything. And now, I mean, I'm used to it. He stops suddenly. Everything's spinning again. Can you pull over? A repeat of last time. He opens the door, leans his head out, his torso, his arms. The sound makes your stomach churn, so you stare straight ahead. Can I ask you something? More puke on the sidewalk, a little inside the vehicle. Son of a bitch. Right now? It's now or never. You hesitate as he painfully hiccups and burps in the backseat. Fine, shoot. He sits up, prompts you to drive. So here goes. What should I do? Should I keep on keeping on? Should I confess? Should I invite them to my wedding and surprise them? He pauses. It's a long one. Be straight with me. What would you do if you were me? If you were in my shoes? I think you're being hard on yourself. You're hurting yourself rather than trying to solve the problem. You're not going to change your sexual orientation or leave your husband. Okay, cool. That's not getting picked up on that. There's something going on in the alley. I have my window open because it's hot. And, I was worried I was getting picked up by my mic. So there aren't a ton of alternatives. This is a difficult one. Because, like, in all reality, I don't think his coworkers would change. They're too ingrained in all of the awful shit they're doing anyway. I honestly don't think they will change. Like, I think in all reality, telling them now would alienate him from his coworkers. He really loves his job, so he doesn't want to leave it. Could leave here altogether and start over, though. I'm going to say he should tell them. He should stand up for himself and be who he is. Tell them? Wow, I've got to tell them? He looks you in the mirror. Can you take me somewhere else if you don't mind? I don't mind. My colleagues are at a bar. I'll go see them, tell them everything. Oh, maybe if I don't do it now, then I'll never do it. A smile of relief spreads across his face. It's not just the alcohol talking? Yes. But I think it's about the 10th time I've gotten wasted this month. You're right, I'm hurting myself. He gives you the new address. I need to tell them now. I feel terrible, but I think I'll feel better if I speak to them directly. His headache is apparently back and has knocked him out a bit. You're used to having drunk people in your cab. Actually, a majority of your Saturday night passengers are drunk. I don't know how to tell them about all of this. From the tone of his voice, you can tell he's beginning to panic. I don't think I'm ready. I'm going to say nothing. I'm going to let this dude just kind of... Your passenger stares hard at you. You can tell your silence is giving him doubts. I want to go to the bar. He seems determined despite his shaky voice. I want to tell them about James. You're about to say something when he cuts you off. My mind is made up. He smiles briefly, and you turn back towards the bar. For the remainder of the trip, your passenger is silent. From time to time, he massages his temple. His headache is persistent. When he sees you watching him in the rearview mirror, he raises a hand. Everything's fine. It's cool. He smiles like someone slowly sobering up. Weariness replacing the alcohol. Stress taking over giddiness. You stop the car. Your passenger waits for a second. Then, all of a sudden, he just woke up. He realizes you're at the bar. Already? Yes. He pays his fare, but is frozen in place. A piece of advice? Alright, I'm going to talk these ones out because I'm not sure what to pick. Any suggestions, feel free to hop in. Don't drink too much. It's not great advice, but I do think sometimes, like, a little bit of liquid courage isn't the worst idea in moderation. So don't drink too much, I think is valid. Pay for the first round. I think that's good advice for, like, how to break bad news to somebody or something like that. Then we have tell them how you feel and give them time. I don't think give them time is right. Because he needs to be firm and assertive. I think tell them how you feel is how I'm going to... Yes, right. We know each other well enough, they should understand. In any case, he flashes you a grin. Hey, Keith, how's it going tonight, buddy? How are you? Thank you. I don't quite remember what I said, but thank you. He jumps out of the taxi so quickly, you'd think someone kicked him in the ass. You follow his stocky figure with your gaze. He goes into the bar, looks for his friends, and waves. You drive off. I settled on a different one. Yeah, sorry. The worst part is I have the ability to make polls. I should have done that. I should have used that. All right, let's see. Anything nearby? Anyone? What the fuck is going on with that? She's all the way out in no man's land. What's his deal? That picture's weird and creepy. I kind of want to see it. How you been, Keith? How's things going? Oh, see. Natalie Pagano, 34 euros. All right. That's a good fare. You feel the car vibrate and you hear a loud thump. Did you just hit something? No, wait. Of course. Flat tire. Son of a bitch. You let an audible sigh erupt as you turn off the engine and step outside to investigate. Yep. Flat tire. It never happens. Your spare tire is at the taxi depot. You glance around and consider your options. You notice something familiar nearby. The word taxi Parisian glowing through the rain, floating above the road. As you walk closer to the taxi, you notice a sticker. Taxi belongs to your boss's fleet. A free ride to the depot could be useful. A voice bursts through the closed windows. Need a ride, monsieur? It's funny, you've been driving for years, but you can't remember the last time you were a passenger. Well, yes. You open the door to what feels like an alternate reality and you hop into the back seat. Cold out tonight? You've never seen her before. Not that you are very social with the other drivers, but it is strange. Thanks for stopping. She stops. Whoa, full motion. Wow, we haven't seen that yet. She starts up at the engine. Just doing my job. She smiles at you in the rearview mirror. Her pearly whites are in surprising condition, especially considering her age. Other fakes. She must be at least 70. Maybe she's been driving for so long that you forgot about her. Where to, monsieur? The taxi depot. I thought I recognized you. You don't really go to company parties. I do like how they even reversed the little things, like the bubble indicators to tell you who's talking. They've reversed it where hers are now the golden ones on the right. Not like she'll know who you are. Machine? Well, shit. We're colleagues, aren't we? You cannot for the life of you recognize this woman. Tell the truth. We are, yes. I managed to score a flat tire somehow. She gives you an emphatic look. Ouch. Never fun. Back to the depot for a spare? You nod. Very well, Hussein. Company policy says a colleague in need rides for free, you know? You smile at her. Not true, but I like the gesture. Of course. She's chosen an unusual route for your destination. But for once, you're not worried about that. For once, you're simply the passenger, enjoying your ride. I wanted to know, what happened? She knows. She knows something. I mean, if you want to talk about it, of course. I'll be honest, because I feel like honesty might get me more information. And I'm looking for the person who did it. She gives you a concerned look. I've had my fair share of revenge in life. It's not always as sweet as you would expect. I have no choice. What the fuck's going on with this dude's face right here? Like that, those eyes, like, just real mad. The words stumble around in your head. It's none of my business anyway. My kids are always complaining about that. I'm too nosy. Speaking of which, do you have kids? I don't remember if he had kids, so I'm gonna say no. Too bad. They're a lot of work, but they make things interesting. Especially when they have kids of their own. I can imagine. You pass by your old apartment, the one with the heating that never worked. You instinctively cross your arms to warm yourself. Your driver stares off into the distance in silence. You notice her wipe a tear from her face. What's wrong? She looks back at you with shame in her eyes. I'm sorry? She sniffles quietly. The thing is, I retired a few years ago. Well, I'm sorry? Last month I went back to our old boss and begged him to give me my job back. Okay. He refused. A woman in her 70s shouldn't be driving, he said. Gone is her warm, welcoming voice, replaced with one filled with gnawing regret. I have cancer. It's everywhere. It's not going anywhere. 6 to 12 months, the doctor said. Oh, Jesus. She tuts. So I made a list. She stops. You don't know if it's a pause or if she can't talk. I'll let her finish. That seems like the right thing to do. You both sit in silence for a moment. I'm 72. I'm not going bungee jumping. I'm not divorcing my husband and going out dancing. The only item on my list was to keep driving people around, to keep working, be able to support my family. She smiles, but you can hear tears in her voice. This is what I do. I drive people to where they want to go. That's basic and stupid, but that's my job. I'm going to spend the rest of my time here on Earth being me. My sister is furious with me. She calls me selfish for not spending time with my kids and grandkids. It's just, outside of the car, a flock of pigeons escape a drunk teenager. He's wielding some kind of stick. So, I don't think the way she's doing that is selfish. Like, she's building herself a routine and, like, giving herself a purpose. Like, I think that's a fairly normal thing to do when you're faced with that kind of adversity. Like, trying to build something reliable and stable to deal with. I don't want sympathy. I don't want them to remember me as a frail old lady, wasting away. 6 to 12 months left to live. Not to sit around shopping. You're nearing the taxi depot. I think it's fair. Like I said, I think I agree, it's only fair. After all these years, being a taxi driver wasn't my dream, you know. I was studying law when I met my husband. We married young, had kids quicker than you can say contraceptives. She smiles. I don't regret any of it, though. I've had a great life. You've arrived at the depot. I hope you do, too. You look her in the eye. She's happy. No matter what the future might hold for her, she is happy. But something else is lingering. Thank you. She pouts. It's nothing. The pleasure is all mine, Alfred. Go on now. I have paid customers waiting for me. I've got to finish before 6. After that, cops are everywhere. You smile. You step into the depot and head towards the supply room. You ignore the other drivers. They don't matter to you. They never mattered anyway. Supplies in hand, you begin to walk back to your taxi. It's quiet out and freezing and lonely. You like it. You think you recognize someone in the street. He looks like... No, not him. You'll never see him again. A few minutes later, the spare tire installed, you were back behind the wheel. You lost a lot of time. You sigh and get back on the road. Oh, that didn't really do me any favors. I'm out of time, though, ain't I? Yeah, okay. You've met Peter. This ain't great. 4 tips bonus. The company's cut. Car maintenance. Man. Ooh. Like, I am definitely missing something about how to, your neighbor flushes the toilet at a corner of your eyes, you can see a pup shake. You crack your knuckles and get to work. Okay, I have nothing to add to the board. Okay, I think Box got, exonerated. Okay. I need to find a way to interact with these three to see if I can't exclude them, because he... Actually, you know what? We've been going about 2.5 hours. So, I am going to take a quick, like, 5-minute break to stretch, grab myself a drink and all that. Alright? So, I will be right back. We'll be back in about 10 minutes or so. So, we'll be back at about 10 o'clock, and we'll go for, like, another hour or so. Alright? I'll be right back, y'all. Grab a drink, stretch, all that good stuff, alright? Oh, that's BCAM.
My long legs with heels so high, that's what I crave. Deep red lips that are puckered wide, that's what I crave. You swing those hips and it gives me fits, that's what I crave. Needing love, you and me, all alone, that's what I need. No ticking clock, nowhere else to go, that's what I need. Appetites getting quenched tonight, that's what I crave. Needing love, that's what I crave. That's what I need. That's what I crave. Needing sweat that shines on your moonlit skin. That's what I love. Tangled hair, you pull up with a grin. That's what I love. A morning shouts, we both pass out. That's what I crave, needing love. Crave, need love. Crave, need love. Crave, need love. Ooh, yeah, that's what I crave. Oh, yeah, that's what I need. That's what I crave, need and love.
Oh, I've been traveling down the road with no place to go, no place to go. Pockets filled with holes, money's running low. Truck is moving slow, and I keep going old, 'cause I've been traveling down the road with nowhere to go, nowhere to go. Yes, I've been traveling down this long, long road with no place to go. Don't see no end in sight. Sundown turns to night. Tomorrow's another day, wandering away. Yeah. Wake up to a faucet leaking. Dog's barking, so I'm leaving. Dead tired and so mistreated, but I just keep right on traveling down the road. I keep on traveling down the road, down the road. No place to go down this long, 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 long road. No place to go, yeah. So I keep traveling.
All right, y'all. We're back. So, I was thinking there is a silver lining to all this. I'm fairly certain we'll be in the poorhouse before Bussett's threat can come to light. But let's take a look at our evidence. So, we have Claudia Campos, who the killer had wrinkles on their hands. That's connected to her, these two. All right. We have crime scene 1 was written justice. Crime scene 3. See if I can organize this a little better. All right. All 3 of these, so that can go down here, can go here, that can go here. Because this is a jumbled mess that I need to figure out. This one is also for all 3 of them. This one is just her, so I can put that up here. That one's just him. That one's just him. This one's all 3 of them. All right. This one's just him. That one's none of them. I can put that down here. This one is all 3 of them. Special bullet. Casing. 2 stolen wallet. It's all 3 of them. It's just him. Killer height. It's just him. Just him. Alright. I'll revise this a little bit. Alright. So, these 3 are just her, or 4 are just her. Okay. So what we know about her, all the information we have on her is she's known to have tortured victims. The message on crime scene 3. The message on crime scene 3, Colonel, the victim number 3 was a colonel. The first 3 victim files are part of an investigation that leaked 2 years ago. The killer had wrinkles on their hands, and the killer was over 1 meter 80 inches. All those relate to her somehow. Or that might be all information I've gotten from her. As for him, once again, all 3 victims, and this one not linked to all 3? Oh no, they're only linked to the first 2, or first and last. This one's linked to all 3, and this one is linked to all 3. So this one's, I'm going to put that one lower. There we go. Alright. Stolen wallet. Oh. Stolen wallet lights up for all of them, too. I'm going to move that. Over to here as well, because that is the only bit of information that lights up that isn't connected. Alright. I think all of this is a good indicator that I ain't got shit. I'm not sure. I don't know exactly who is what now. So, 6'9", 7'5", 7'9". Alright, I think he might be a little too short to be the cop. Let me check something real quick. There's Bussett, one of my... I feel like Bussett gave me info that I don't quite remember. Where is it? There we go. Can I... Okay, I can move this for some reason. Is there any way I can... Okay. So what we know, you've met her and fucking bitch. Huh. Okay, that Passadex really doesn't help me much. Okay. Good to know. Friends divorced from a judge. He's a public defender. And process. Okay. So that would make sense for some of the victims. Okay, I think we're just gonna end the night because I don't think I have much of anything on any of them. I don't have anything definitive. I have an idea. Because the one guy is old enough to have wrinkled hands. With a heavy hand, you wipe your tired face. The other two are too young, I think, to have wrinkled hands, which is our only real physical evidence of the killer. Or rather, eyewitness testimony of our own. But I don't know if we're necessarily a reliable narrator. I want to say, if of the suspects I have on the board, the first one is most likely, but also he's too short. He's about 20 centimeters too short. The other two are closer to the height that we think is accurate. So, we'll see how that goes. Any suggestions, feel free to pop them in, because I'm not sure. For a second there, you would hope the evidence board was just a dream too, but you can make it out in the shadows. You get up quickly. A few moments later, you're outside of your studio. Alright, we're 5 nights in to our investigation. Anybody of interest around? Because I feel like we really gotta start, like, aiming for people of interest. Alright, there's nobody of interest on the board yet, so we'll go to this one because it's right there. Nadia and... Alright. I'd like to make some, money. Couple getting into your taxi cab. The couple is getting into your taxi. A couple like you've seen so many times before. Attractive, a bit tipsy, drooping eyelids. He's already asleep. Must be about 20, maybe more. She's still smiling faintly. Like the evening has had a lasting effect on her. She's older, maybe 40, 45. Alessia, right next to the movie theater. Very well. You pull away, leave the street, the neighborhood behind. Your passengers say nothing. When you downshift, you hear the man's heavy snoring. The woman stares right at you. I beg your pardon, this may seem odd, but... What do we look like? I mean, he and I. What do we look like? Yeah, I would phrase that with a question mark. Thank you. She pauses. I happened upon 2 friends who were making fun of us tonight. We could be mother and son. It's stupid. She hesitates and... Forget it. Let's let it drop. Sorry to have bothered you with that. No need to apologize. Thank you. That's very kind of you. I don't think I ever met a taxi driver who was so understanding before. I'm serious. And don't call me Shirley. She watches you for a while. You can see the hesitation in her eyes. Then she turns her head. I'm too defensive. It's unhealthy. Not good. Not for me, nor for Yves. Her expression hardens. I love him more than anything, you know? People think they want to think he's some sort of toy. Oh, that's gross. But he's not a toy. I did not choose him because he's young and chic. I love him, period. You don't have to justify it to me, lady. Like, can you understand that? Should I open up? Yeah, okay. Open up. More than you think. What do you mean? I prefer older women. I get what you're going through. I'll empathize without phrasing it as I prefer older women. She looks away. She regrets what she just said to you. But now that she started, she has to finish. I don't really know how to put words to what I actually feel. She takes a deep breath. Her throat shakes from all the air. Outside, the reflection of an interior design store appears in a frozen puddle. I think the problem is me. I don't need a mirror to see it. He's young, he's handsome, he's filled with energy from morning to night. My joints creak. I lose a fraction of eyesight each year passes. I get lost on my own street. I got lost on my own street the other night. That's a bit much. Pardon. I'm a burden on him. Yeah, don't say that. She smiles coyly at you. You're not a shrink. I shouldn't, unload on you like this. I think I've said enough. Far too much. You've been remarkable. Thank you. She's... A few minutes later, you reach their destination. You pull up to the sidewalk. Your passenger plunges her hand into her bag and stops. What if... She shakes her head. No, forget it. She pays the fare, and as she is putting her wallet back in her bag, she hands you a bill. €100 bill. Would you mind using this money to take Ives to a hotel? I don't have the will to do it myself. We need to put an end to this. He deserves someone else. Her proposition leaves you speechless for a moment. I'm serious. I don't think that's right. I think she needs to handle that herself. That's not a thing you thrust upon somebody else to do. You know? Why not? I'm gonna be honest about that. You're a very attractive woman. It appears you're both doing very well for yourselves. Judging by the place I picked you up and where you live. I don't know if he loves you, and I couldn't care less, to tell you the truth. But I can't think of anyone who deserves to be left behind in a taxi like that. The lines on her face fade in the dark. And I'm really a bit insulted by your request, but let's move on. I'm putting it away. The money goes back in her bag. A car passes on your left and pulls over next to you. The driver asks if you're leaving soon. 1 minute. You turn to your passenger. I've got to go. You should do the same. She seemed horrified by her behavior. I'm so sorry. You wave her off. It's nothing. No big deal. A second later, she's walking into her place, holding on to her partner. He hasn't even woken up yet. You smile, wondering what he must have dreamt about. You'd like to have similar dreams. You let the other car pull in and go back to your shift. Not a lot of money on that one. But let's see, anybody local. Alright. I know this isn't gonna. No, we're not. We're going this way. I don't. I don't want to pick him up because I know A, he's not gonna pay me, and B, like I've cleared him as a suspect. Oh, that one's real short. Fine. You recognize your next passenger immediately. It's the young stranger you drove a few nights before, the one with the computer chip in his brain. It's you. Well, isn't this a coincidence? And now of all times. He's grinning from ear to ear, his mismatched eyes barely visible under his hood. No sense in hanging around, let's go. He gives you an address, a hospital in New Italy. His speech is different, almost like two distinct voices talking at the same time. Talking with clients is always a balance. Some relish the chance to tell their stories, others terrified of talking to strangers. It's rare you actively seek to discourage conversation, but tonight, how's it going, buddy? How go the rounds? Fine, thank you. Oh, come on, man. It's got to be better than that. Show a little enthusiasm. Besides, things have picked up now, eh? The old team back on the road? He chuckles warmly, a strange sound directly whispered into your ear. The drive continues in silence for a while. The lamplight casts alternating bars of light and dark across the dashboard. They slow and stop as you approach the red light. Hey, let's play a game. Your passenger leans forward again. See that apartment there? All lit up? Even at this time of night? And that dude on the sidewalk? And I don't know, her? He points out the window without looking, just after a woman pulls alongside you on a bike. Pick one. Why? Like I said, it's a game. Look, if you don't pick, I will, but it's more fun if you... You don't know where your client is going, but... Man on the sidewalk, I guess. Not bad, medium difficulty. He spreads his arms across the top of the back seat on the in the silence of the cab. You feel something leave, like your passenger has gotten out. Bosh. The outburst makes you jump. Alright, hit me. What do you want to know? About what? About sidewalk, dude, man. Keep up. I don't know, his name? Name is, too easy. Francis Hollander. Wait, yeah. Not that one. Doesn't stop his workmates' constant jibs, though. Francois doesn't like that at all. Is there anything else you want to know? His job? Work. Ah, yes. Accountant. Typical drone stuff, although... My. He has been a bad boy. Guy here fancies himself a bit of a gangster. Hooked himself up with some underworld connections. A little house of cards indeed. Dangerous stuff he's playing with. Is there anything else you want to know? Where's he going? Not where he's going, it's where he's been. Or rather, who he's been. Visits the same dive bar each week, calls himself John. Goes on the hunt. Your passenger tilts his head slightly. Seems he bagged some prey tonight. Just wait till he goes for his wallet, though. He shakes his head. Looks like she's already bought 3 bottles of the good stuff and enough blow to drown a horse. Christ. The man sits back satisfied, like he's just finished a meal or a hard-won task. Oh man, that was almost too easy. How do you do that? The young man smirks and points to his temple. For those with the right tools, this is the golden age of data mining. Too true. You won't believe the access people are willing to give so their frizz will never run out of milk, or their smart speaker can tell them a shitty joke. He leans forward, all mirth vanishing from his voice. My procedure opened the gates. It was overwhelming. Now I can control it. I can manipulate it. Let me show you. With a twirl of a hand, your passenger points to the man at the crossing. The figure wakes from a ravine and digs a hand into his pocket. You see the phone screen light his face as he reads, a look of horror settling over his feature. What did you do? Nothing. Nothing at all. Although some good Samaritan seems to have sent his entire text message history to his wife and boss. So selfless. Gives you hope for humanity, really. He giggles. Yeah. You watch as... I don't know what sound that was, y'all. I'm sorry. You watch as as tears begin to roll down the man's cheek. He steadies himself on a lamppost, and his knees give way. Over the engine, you hear a muffled sobbing. He looks around in a panic before he turns and runs. Your passenger giggles. Shaken, you move away from the light and towards your destination. I'm gonna stay silent. I don't really have a reaction for that. You know, at first I thought that my procedure had been a mistake. I started seeing things, hearing things. It was like there was another consciousness in here, you know? Like by opening my mind to all that information, I caught the attention of something. A digital devil on my shoulder. His shit-eating grin drops for the first time. It made me do things to people, to my colleagues. They don't understand my work, laughed at me. Out of that confidence, but they didn't deserve. I didn't mean to. He shakes his head. His mismatched eyes catch the light of a street lamp, giving him an otherworldly glow. But the veil parted eventually, and we realized the devil wasn't a devil at all. It was an angel. Oh, so he's crazy. Cool. You swallow. Do you know what's at the address I gave you? Yeah, it's a hospital. Yeah, that's the area with all the private medical clinics. You trail off. Your passenger smiles from behind the hood and taps his forehead. You approach the drop-off. Sure enough, it's a fancy-looking medical clinic. Its lights bathe the sidewalk in a green-white glow, even at this time. Fare's already in my account, man. I'd rather have the cash. The man sighs. There's an ATM next to the clinic. It springs to life. A few notes slide from the flap. Show 21st AF1 century, man. You gotta get younger. Live with your time. I don't think I'll be seeing you anytime soon, my man. Nothing personal. We've got places to see, people to be. A last nugget of advice, though. He leans forward. You see his eyes pulsing through the shadows of his hood. Be careful out there. You never know who's watching. With a final grin, he moves smoothly from the car towards the clinic. A shiver runs unbidden down your spine. You wait until he disappears inside before slipping out to grab the fare from the ATM. Back in the car, you take a few moments to warm yourself up before driving away. Oof. Alright, we got this guy nice and close. Anybody, like, story related here? Yeah, I reckon this guy's fine. Let's see what horrible atrocities this guy's doing. He's drive by a kebab restaurant overcome by the wafting smell. Alright, this one's at least a couple more dollars. Passenger gets into your taxi, is drunk. He all but trips as he's getting into the back seat, leaving a piece of his jacket stuck in the door as he slams it 10 times too hard. The whole street must have heard it. He tries to keep his calm as he gives you his address. You start driving, but keep an eye on him. You never know. His head lolls, his eyes roll. He rummages through his pockets looking for his phone. In vain. Hey, buddy, tell me, any chance you've seen my phone? No. He looks around. What an idiot. I lost it earlier. Not here. At the bar. He starts mumbling. Or somewhere. His eyes start to look like slits. We're at the bar. He is silent for a minute, trying to remember something. When he starts speaking again, he moans. She's gonna kill me. You turn a corner and he slides towards the door, hitting the window hard. Oh, fuck, that hurts. Seriously, man. You okay? No. Yeah, no. See, my wife, she told me not to come home too late, made me swear, crossed my heart the whole 9 yards. She just had a baby. He corrects himself. We just had a baby. But you know, she's the one who carried it. We didn't find it in the streets or anything. That's a weird pause to put there, dude. He smirks as he imagines that scenario. The cutest little baby, but I'm so done spending my nights wiping its ass. So when my colleagues invited me out, he hiccups. Well, I mean, I said okay, like, I went with them, right? He shakes his head, disgusted. You gotta help me. I have to prepare an alibi. An alibi? He nods, sure of himself. Yeah, an alibi. An explanation for where I was tonight, and what I did. So she doesn't beat the shit out of me. If that's a legit worry, bro, like, also, like, care for your kid. Like, you know, care for your kid. I shouldn't have to explain that further. Dude, I'm serious, you gotta help me. Oh, except, let's see what fuckery this guy has. Very well. Does anybody actually say very well in real life? Like, I use some weird terms when I talk to people sometimes. But, like, does anybody say very well? Like, it's not a thing, right? Seriously. He bursts out laughing and attempts to clap his hands together, but misses. Holy shit, awesome. Okay. First, we need to start with, He blanks out and his eyes close. I'm gonna let him sleep. A few seconds later, he's... Why are we not moving? Alibi. Everything alright? Yep, the alibi. We gotta start by answering the main question in this case. He chuckles. I sound like a cop. No, you do not. He shakes his head. The main question in this case is... Why didn't I call my wife? That's where we need to begin. What about a work emergency? I work in the movie business for a production company. He'd never buy it. Once again, his eyes start to close. His eyelids look like they weigh a ton. His voice sounds perfectly sincere. 5 years of higher education, a 250-page thesis on Soviet film director, and now I take care of filming permits for Hollywood mega blockbusters. He sighs. There are no work emergencies. Nothing I do matters. He pauses. He appears to have fallen asleep, but asks, why didn't I call my wife? You didn't have your phone. Yeah, but I lost it after. Your passenger opens his eyes and squeals like a child. That's it. That's it. She doesn't know I lost it after putting back a few. You, my friend, are a genius. Okay, alright. How'd I lose my phone? Stolen. He looks at you for a second, then claps his hands together. Yeah, I got my phone stolen. Like, I left it on the table at lunch, Bam, gone. That's already happened to her, so she can't get on my case about it. Okay, we're good on the phone. I still need to explain why I didn't call. I mean, she knows I know her number. I'm not sleeping. I swear I'm thinking. He opens his mouth and a little burp escapes. I really don't like that I picked helping this dude on this. Gotta explain why I went out with my colleagues and couldn't call her. He opens his eyes, suddenly recognizes the street. Oh fuck, we're almost there. Shit, quick. I know. Something happened to me at the bar. That way, she'll get that it wasn't my fault, right? That I had no choice. Oh shit, I've got it. He gloats, drooling a bit. I ran into someone I knew at the bar, and we had a few drinks. It was crazy, dear. It was just crazy. But who? A long-lost friend. He's immediately convinced. Perfect, great. I know exactly who to choose. Damien. He shakes his head quickly. No, Damien works in marketing. Daniel. An old college friend, haven't seen him in years. I think he became a dentomologist? Like the Tick, Spider-Man, Ant-Man. Entomologist. That's an entomologist. That and entomology and entomology and etymology always confuse me because I can never keep straight which is which. I know one of them's like the study of bugs, and one of them is these like where words come from, I believe. The etymology of a term versus the entomology of an insect. I don't know if that's the correct term. Correct me in the comments if you do know. Yeah, I'll tell her I ran into Daniel, and that we spent the evening just talking. That he's a really good friend and all. She'll be down with that. She's always telling me my friends are luscious, but Daniel, he's the real thing. He's trying to save endangered species. My wife will totally get into that. Okay, so we're good. I have my excuse for the phone. I have my excuse for being busy all evening. Now I just need my excuse for staying out so late. That's not enough. No, dude, not at all. I need something more solid, you know? Something that pulls the lie together, man. Lying to your wife is like a magic trick. Man, this dude's a real piece of shit. Like, be honest. Be honest with your spouse. Like, communicate. It's not difficult, y'all. You can't just saw the lady in half. You have to turn the box around, too. I hate that I really like that metaphor. I really hate that I like that metaphor a lot. I mean, the ladies got to think it's funny. Like, LOL, I'm hilarious. Also, I hate people who say LOL in real life or LOL. Like, no, just laugh. I'm cut in half, I can still shake my feet. His eyelids drop. I need a strong finale. Something like... well, you know. He looks like he's asleep. Say nothing. I know. I really wish this dude would just pass out in this damn cab. Suddenly opening his eyes. I got into a fight with some gangbangers. Out in the street. They were mugging an old lady. I saw them and chased the muggers away. Okay, so it didn't matter what I fucking said there. The old lady insists that I have one last drink with her. Old boozing biddy. That's why I smell like booze. He lifts a finger and draws a circle above his head. And there you have it. You hear that, man? You hear what a kick-ass screenwriter I'd make? My wife gave me a fucking Plum d'Or for my performance. I don't know what that is. Some sort of French film award. Um, he imitates the sound of a audience. Plum d'Or is awarded to Carlo for a lie invented with a super nice taxi driver. He lowers his voice, turning into a TV anchor. This is Carlo's 10th fib this year, but it is without a doubt his finest, near perfection. So eat it right up, like child's play. He slaps his thigh. Say nothing. It all begins with a moving opening scene when it's already reached cult status. The main character's phone was stolen when he leaves it on an outdoor table at a bistro. Ah, the kind of terrible mistake most Parisians usually never make. With no way to reach his wife, we normally would have gone straight home. But alas, he was yet unaware what an amazing encounter the evening would hold. He raises 3 fingers, the kind of encounter you only have 3 times in a lifetime. Daniel. Your passenger puts on a very serious expression. Yeah, you remember him. An old friend who's become an entomologist. Your passenger smirks and seems happy. Oh, how an evening can fly by when you're making up for lost time. When the main character notices the time, it's already very late. Too late. He hurries home, but on the way he happens upon an old lady getting mugged. He's not a fighter, but he frightens off the hoodlums. He bursts out laughing. He switches back to his regular voice. You know, my friend, it's really not bad. I think she'll go for it. He burst out laughing. Plus, this kind of stuff actually always happens to me. He taps you on the shoulder. You've almost reached the destination. A smug smile on your passenger face annoys you. You park in front of his place. Yeah, She deserves better. He watches you with a smirk on his face. Hilarious. Like, it didn't bother you until now? Hands you a bill. Keep the change, buddy. Slaps you on the shoulder and gets out of the taxi. You watch him stagger a bit as he walks away. He disappears into his building. You drive away. Yeah, I don't like that dude. Alright, who's nearby? Alright, I feel like I need info, so we're gonna zoom out a little bit and look around. Oh, I will drive all the way across creation to get that info. Ugh. I mean, to be fair, like, judging by how quickly he's moving, traffic in Paris is not bad. Like, but we need something to exclude this dude. Alright, hospital. At least it's a bigger fare. Your next passenger is your suspect, the retired policeman. Judging by his looks, you could have easily guessed. Hospital St. Louis, please. You nod your head and start the engine. You notice right away that your passenger is cold. Very cold, in fact. He's shivering, clattering his teeth. You start driving, but keep an eye on him. You okay? Yeah, no worries. I'm not cold, it's my medication. Pretty bizarre side effects. 1 minute I'm hot, the next I'm cold. Not much fun, really, but it's for my own good. His face says otherwise. He's not quite convinced. Actually, maybe it is the cold. It hasn't been this cold in ages. Since 1982, I think. 83, maybe. Almost in a whisper, he adds, the year of the tiger. The Chinese year of the tiger? He's smiling now, but continues shivering ever so slightly. No. The year we hunted a tiger down in Paris. Nothing to do with the Chinese. It's a really nice story, actually. Well, maybe nice isn't the right word. You'll see. And it'll get my mind off of things. He has a nervous laugh, which is clearly uncomfortable. Probably not used to appearing fragile. It was late December. The weather was crap. Never been so cold in my life. The water in the fountains and gutters was frozen. At the office, most of my colleagues were sick. Stuck in bed. I was sick too, but I was new, so I sucked it up. I was blowing my nose every 5 minutes. My nose was red. My breath reeked of cold cough drops. We all looked like we were about to keel over. The switchboard phone rang and no one answered. I sighed, got up, picked up the phone. A woman screamed in my ear, "A tiger!" She had seen a tiger, orange and black, big as a motorcycle, in the Rue de Buc. I burst out laughing, told her it was a good prank, and hung up. Less than a minute later, the phone rang again. Second line, too. Then the one in the chief's office. He points to different areas of the car, as if he could still hear the phones ringing. A tiger. A really big one. Rue de Buc, Rue de Seine, Rue de Art. Alright, I'm going to apologize once again for butchering every French name that comes up. I don't speak French. I took a year of it and tried Duolingo a couple times. I do not know how to pronounce these words off the cuff. The passenger rubs his chin and seems deep in thought. We're starting to think something fishy was going on. So we get a move on. We grab their coats and scarves. One of the guys from the squad called his brother-in-law who works at the zoo. He sighs. Outside, it was snowing buckets. Huge flakes the size of your gear shift there. We were better off on foot. When we got to St. Michael, we walked down to the Quai de Grands Augustins, knocking on doors. The people we talked to wanted us to take their word for it. They swore they'd seen a tiger, and they were dead serious. We walked the streets. The snow was slowing, but only barely. He looks at you. I'm sure you're familiar with that moment in the middle of the night when Paris is completely quiet. You nod. It's incredible. Like the city just stops for a moment. Yeah, well, it was just like that. Utter and total calm. Absolute silence. The team broke into pairs. We checked alleys and passageways. Back then, the neighborhood was like Swiss cheese, with nooks and crannies all over. Garages built without permits. Wasn't the highbrow neighborhood it was today. Now watch out for that gentrification, man. He heaves a sigh. He seems sad. We went into this narrow street because my partner thought he saw paw prints. And he was right. There was snow all over the dumpster, on the roof of the garage, the building balconies. The tiger had climbed up there, so we followed. We pulled out our weapons and started after the prints. Dumpster, garage roof, balconies. My partner was huffing and puffing. Huge puffs of steam were escaping from his mouth. Your passenger snickers. He stopped and told me that we must look like our own ancestors, like prehistoric men wielding flint spears. We couldn't help laughing. We knew how stupid we must look. We got up to the roof. The tiger was there. Damn, what a shock. It was a magnificent beast. Almost 2 meters in size, maybe more. Took our breath away. The tiger looked at us. There was fear in his eyes. He was shaking. We realized he'd screwed up. We realized we'd screwed up. We never should have come. If it attacked, we had to kill it. But neither of us wanted to kill it after seeing it. He stared at us. Paris was utterly calm. Snow as far as the eye could see. A white skyline. And then, the passenger pauses, closes his eyes slowly. Something in his voice cracks. He jumps off the roof. It was remarkable. A moment of silence. He's still shivering. It's funny. I'm really shaken up just talking about it. My chest is tight. The passenger needs a few seconds before going back to his story. You get the impression he's still shaking as much as when he got in. Now, where was I? Oh, yeah. We leaned as far as we could off the roof to look below. It looked like he was asleep, laying comfortably in the snow. Oh, giant orange and black spot on a feather bed. He watched the streets go by. The hospital is close now. Where did he come from? It's funny, actually, and a bit more pleasant. He subtly grins. Some petty crooks in the north thought it would be quite a hoot to have a pet tiger. So one fine day, they went to a circus and swiped the tiger. While they were driving back home through Paris, the tiger tried to eat them. They decided to let it go on the spot. Right in Saint-Germain-de-Paris. A grin spread across his face. Morons. You park in front of the hospital. Your passenger suddenly speaks up, his voice more confident than before. I think I'd do just what the tiger did. His death seemed so calm and gentle. Can't hurt too much to fall onto a huge bed of feathers. He glances quickly at his shaking hand. In the rearview mirror, the police inspector seems oddly small. If he had shrunk during the ride... Seriously, it can't hurt too much. He hands you his money and gets out of the cab. You watch him walking away without saying a word. Sliding towards the entrance of the hospital. Take too long to open. You drive away. Well, that was dark. That was a downer. Christ. Alright, we have no one, and she's the closest. We have no one of him, not important, but like, no story one, so we'll do a quick fare, try to get a couple bucks. The woman getting into your taxi does not look like she's at her best. Uh-oh. Mouth lolling open, eyes unfocused, out of breath. It looked like she'd just been punched in the gut. Or like she saw a ghost. She struggles to take her backpack off and makes several attempts. The strap gets caught on the buckle of her overalls. She sighs and gets annoyed. During this whole process, she doesn't look up at you once. She takes a deep breath. Plus defense. Her voice is emotionless, more of a trickle than a voice, coming out of a childish body. It sounds like it took every bit of energy she had to get the words out. She takes her phone out of her bag, hesitates, starts swiping left to right and right to left. She's completely absorbed. You think you can make out the reflection of a colorful mobile game in her glasses. Silence settles heavily into the cab. It's broken occasionally by something that sounds like a hiccup or a repressed sob. At a red light, she raises her head and lowers it the second her gaze crosses yours in the rearview. Something about her makes you feel like you've got something caught in your throat. Rough night? She looks up, surprised you broke into her bubble. Her gaze darkens a bit more. Yeah, you might say so. She's not crying, not shaking. Just the occasional spasm. A few seconds go by. You attempt to focus on the road, but despite both of your efforts to pretend nothing is wrong, her emotions invade the cab. She finally takes a plunge, like she's jumping off a cliff. Can I talk to you? Still the same trickle of a voice, and great lengths taken to control it. I'm sorry. It's stupid, but I think I need someone to talk to. I'm listening. She takes a deep breath. I need to say it out loud. You stay silent. You sense she needs you to be silent. Oh, God. Heads up, anybody who, I really just been on... Well, I'm stupid. Actually, back to that for a moment. Heads up, anybody who may have trigger warning for, SA or anything like that, like, maybe tune out and mute part for a bit. It seems like it's going that way. Alright? Give you a couple minutes. Yeah. Oh, y'all haven't even gotten audio? I'm sorry, y'all. I suck at this. A guy touched me at that bar. Her voice is twisted, like a nearly empty tube of toothpaste. Tears collect in her eyes. You feel really heavy. What do you mean? She starts talking again, her tone slightly different. She sounds more confident. Like saying those words out loud made her feel a bit more alive again. Or like she wanted to be stronger. He came up behind me and touched me. Way too much. Her voice breaks over the last few syllables. The silence in the cab absorbs everything, even the noise of traffic. You hear the ambulance going by, lights flashing. You want to talk about it, but I also don't really know what to say. I feel like that we can circle back to that, hopefully. It took me way too long to understand what was happening. Way too long. I didn't get it. I was petrified. She looks about 30 years old, maybe. Or not far from 30. But you get the impression you're driving a little girl who had had her innocence stolen. Christ almighty. One night, standing there in the crowd. Like, the Furiosa is like my second home. I always go there to hang out with my friends. Because they all live in the neighborhood, and our places are too small. He takes a breath, you follow suit, unconsciously. Everything was fine. There was a concert. I was happy. I'd had a bit to drink, but not too much. It was packed, but the music was sweet. It was a good night. I was having a good night. Another breath. You know what it's like when you're packed into a crowd like sardines? You don't really know who's touching you, but that's just the way crowds are. She lays her telephone on the seat and leans forward, elbows on her knees, head in her hands. Her backpack falls on the floor. She doesn't make the slightest move to pick it up. I didn't get it. Fuck, why didn't I get it? Didn't even react. She stares at you. Why didn't I react? I feel like she doesn't want an actual answer. Like, that's not an actual question. Like, and I don't feel like either of those answers are all that supportive of her. And starts to cry softly, cradling her head in her hands. She says nothing, but you sense it's better to let her be. The road goes by, tears streaming down. Something terrible is happening and back, but you don't know what to do. Taxi pulls up to a place there. She pays you and continues to spasm. When she gets out of the cab with her backpack and overalls, you get the impression a little girl is walking away. Sit alone, strange and unpleasant sensation. Something pulls from somewhere deep in your gut, all the way up to the base of your neck. Maybe you feel like you were useless, incapable of sharing in her loneliness. You feel somehow responsible in spite of yourself. You sigh, drive off. Yeah, that one's not great. I wasn't really sure what to say there. Oof. How much money did we lose tonight? Whew. Oh, we should be getting a phone call from Busset tonight. You wipe your face, starting to feel sleepy. Your neighbor flushes the toilet out of corner. You pipe shake, crack your knuckles, and get to work. I feel like we didn't really get much info. Like, joined in 77. Of course, promises. Yeah, we don't really have any new info to work with here. So, I reckon let's just end the night. The heavy hand, you wipe your tired face. You lie down on the open sofa bed. The events of the day run through your head. Streets, the passengers, their faces, their problems. Yeah, I'm not really sure what, like that, none of that helped any of us. You open one eye. You slept badly. Sometimes you're so tired you can't seem to get any rest. You'd like to understand how that's even possible. You get up quickly. And a few moments later, you're outside of your studio. Alright. Let's do first things first. Alright. Doesn't seem to be anybody story related we can pick up. And that's the closest. So we'll go there. Got a little under half a tank. No money. Need to get out of here. Alright. Xavier. Pull up to the sidewalk a few meters from an abandoned warehouse. No sign of your passenger. You wait a minute, staring at the meter. You really don't feel like wasting your time on people who... You hear a window break on the second floor of a warehouse. A body falls heavily to the sidewalk. You lay your hand on the door handle when a man, dressed entirely in black, jumps out of the window and lands on the body. He stands up, takes a few steps over to your cab. You the cab I ordered? You nod your head very, very slowly. Super. I'm the one you're waiting for. Be right there. He turns around, places his fingers on the neck of the inanimate body, takes the pulse. He comes back over, opens the door, and jumps into the back seat. Xavier, you can start driving. No leave, please. You follow orders without a second thought. In back, your passenger smells like sweat and gunpowder. He's been running. Been in a fight, maybe. Probably. His muscle bowl is in rhythm with his heart, which is racing. Good evening? Pretty good, yeah. He smiles, or tries to. You can see blood on his otherwise impeccably white teeth. I screwed up a little, but all in all, it was a good evening. You? I'm gonna go with I'm not so sure anymore. Okay, alright, come on. Let's talk about the elephant in the room. You're on to me, and you know it. I'm the masked Joker. I'm sorry, the what now? Silence. You squint to get a closer look at your passenger. The masked Joker. The hero that makes Parisian nights more peaceful, no? This thing's all over the place. You slowly shake your head. Nope, doesn't ring a bell. I'm all over Twitter. They're probably on the radio and in the newspapers, I think. I'm gonna apologize. Sorry. Oh, don't worry about it. It's normal. I'm only just starting out. Shame. It's hard to manage everything at once. The marketing campaigns, the physical training, managing the equipment, the sponsors, plus the actual fights, you know? He grins widely. You can see he's young and bursting with motivation. So, how about the name? You like it? Not sure I get it. It's Joker, like the card, and masked, because I'm wearing a mask. Silence ensues. Your partner, or your passenger eventually clears his throat. See, I wanted something that wasn't too... He searches for the right word, beats around the bush, and eventually comes out with it. Problematic. I did a lot of brainstorming and came up with the masked Joker. I haven't gotten great feedback, but it's hard these days to find a name everyone likes. You have to make sacrifices if you want your core business to succeed. That's what they tell us at school anyway. At school? Yes, N-E-N-K. He freezes. Shit, I almost gave you the name of my business school. What an idiot. Can you imagine if Bruce Wayne went around telling people he was Bruce Wayne? Bruce Wayne. No, Batman. If Batman went around telling everyone he was Bruce Wayne. I'm getting all mixed up. He touches his side for a while, like he's looking for a wound. You're getting close to your destination. I think I'm hurt. You want me to take you to the hospital? No, I'm fine. I shouldn't have jumped out of the window like that. But you were already coming down the street and I didn't want to make you wait. You smile. Pull over right there in front of the driveway. You obey. Don't worry, it's just a flesh wound. I'll be home in 2 minutes and I have everything I need to take care of myself. He pays, struggles to get out of the cab. One last thing. Please don't say anything about the ink kit. I'm trying to lead a double life and it's not super easy. I don't know what you're talking about. Inkit, my business goal. He freezes. Ah, I just got it. You're playing along. Okay, great. He looks at you for a minute. You're a really classy guy. He walks away limping. You watch him as he tries several more times to enter his building code before heading inside finally. As you go to start the engine, you notice a few drops of blood on your fingers from the bills your passenger handed you. So, here's the thing, y'all. Don't pay for goods or services with blood-covered money. That's always suspicious. There's no way it isn't. Something tickles your nose, a burnt smell. That burnt smell again. You glance at your rearview mirror, the radio starts to break up. Janet. Wait, we got cut off. I have to... The young woman who claims she's from the future suddenly appears behind you. I'm sorry, it's almost impossible to connect these days. She looks down, talks into her mouthpiece. She's talking to someone else. I got it, don't worry. Keep the connection steady. She stares at you. I didn't get to finish telling you. She freezes for a second. A second turns to minutes, then suddenly she moves. Where I come from, everything is in ruins. A virus has contaminated the majority of the population. Does the name Hoga mean anything to you? You stare at her. Answer, we don't have much time. The name doesn't ring a bell. Or maybe it does, just vaguely. Cartoon, maybe? A manga? She looks at you out of the corner of her eye. Japanese? No, I'm talking about a real person. She sighs. Disappointment, anger, annoyance, it's all there. Shit. I got here too early. She rolls her eyes. I don't have much time left, but... She rolls her eyes. Hoiga is the leader of an extremely violent movement. Fascist. Fascist in suits with tons of money and control of social media. In 2037, he decides to cleanse Europe, literally and figuratively. Her voice suddenly far away, it crackles. Melanin? Evolution. We must. President of Iran, hero. She vanishes at once, leaving behind a pungent burnt smell. The radio suddenly starts playing a strange song. It sounds like jazz, or something North African, played on metal instruments. A second later, it's all over. The smell is gone. The music has stopped. All that's left is you and your monumental headache. My dude might be suffering from like a brain tumor or some shit. I want to see. I saw her earlier. Where is it? You thought about what? You thought about when you met Janet. You have to meet Janet. Thought about when you met Janet. Have I met Janet? Wow, apparently I got all the way through that one. I don't remember Ludwig. Hmm. Hmm. Alright. Let's go with this fella. The oddly light hair. And accept. You immediately recognize the next passenger getting in your taxi. You never watch television, rarely listen to the radio, you don't read the newspaper, and yet you know Francois de la Naire's face. Polemist, columnist, politician too, you think. Your passenger distractedly gives you his address. You start driving. He appears to be out of breath, his voice and hands shaking. Francois, unbelievable. He searches for syllables as if it's going to protect him from a violent... Unbelievable. Everything okay? Can you even begin to fathom what a public danger this represents? What? A mere 5 minutes ago, I went to cross the street. Suddenly, slicing through the darkness in deafening silence came an electric car. Its asphalt-coated tires drove over the tip of my loafer. It's shot, I can tell. The leather is compressed, streaking with mud and soot. It's a travesty. A travesty. He begins furiously. You catch a few words from time to time. What for? For the environment? To create more road deaths? Save polar bears? He leaves you hanging for a second before grinning. Another badly thought out stunt from the snowflake hipster lobby. Quinoa. Electric planes that will crash into Charles de Gaulle Airport without a sound. You hear a throaty laugh. The Earth, safe, intact, clean, but at what cost? No way, Jose. Our planet produces oil, so we must use it. It would be unnatural not to. Unnatural indeed. He chuckles crudely. Rise up in defense of the sweet purr of the convertible. Just as it would be the hoot of the owl in danger of extinction in the lush forest of Champagne region. Ah, murderer, assassin, the ferocious I don't like this dude. He put down his notebook, a wolf is across his face. Yes, magnificent editorial, just magnificent. What about you? What would you want to have a silent car? Yes. Why on God's green earth? Better for the environment. Better for the environment? Come on now. What is environmentally friendly about a weapon of mass destruction? These cars are going to kill hundreds, thousands of people. I mean, cars already kill thousands of people. Like, that's the current reality we are in. Their silence will be carbon dioxide of the 21st century. They will infiltrate our cities, our countryside. They'll mow us down on foot, on bike, even in another car. I'll tell it as I see it. Noise is life. City without noise is not a city. Mark my words. You drive in silence for a few minutes. In the back seat, the pole mist is fuming. You catch the occasional snippets of nonsense. The taxi almost reached your passenger's place. It's just here. You pull up in front of his address, an old building, freshly renovated. On the top floor of the bay windows shine faintly in the darkness of the Eiffel Tower. Spotlight washes over them. Your passenger sighs. Oh, the devils, the fools. It's the middle of the night and they're still having the time of their lives. He opens the window on his side and screams at the parked cafe. The heated patio is filled with young people, well-dressed, quite drunk. When will you cease this madness? Then turns to you to whisper, as if in secret. Every night they make one hell of a racket, impossible to get a wink of sleep. He pays, gets out of the car, and is in front of the bar in 3 angry leaps. You can hear his voice from far away, a few words and some outdated swearing, with a whiff of senility. You stop listening and drive off. Okay. That's a little bit of cash. Alright, that's fair, so I don't want to... Am I supposed to be doing those still? Like, he's cleared as a suspect, so like, and he doesn't pay. Right, this one. When you see your next passenger, your first instinct is to prepare yourself for a fight. It's almost automatic. Something about the way she holds herself, her super wide shoulder, her huge hands opening the door. This woman must be a champion weightlifter or something. Good evening, sir. You're not particularly surprised by her low voice. There's something incredibly gentle about the way she looks at you. Could you please drive around the outer belt? In which direction? For a second she hesitates, raises a finger in the air. Clockwise. Like that, right? You smile. Okay. Super. She settles into the back seat. You start driving. The taxi leaves its parking spot, starting up an avenue down a boulevard. After a few minutes of calm and silent driving, you get to the outer belt. You're probably wondering why I want you to do this, aren't you? A small yawn takes over her face. A bit. I can't sleep. A car ride is the only thing that soothes me, and I lost my license, thus you. Pretty straightforward, right? She smiles weakly. The lights on the outer belt line up the dashboard. Your passenger blinks. I don't know if it's the lights, the way they're placed, or the back and forth between the tunnels and bridges. I don't quite know what makes me. The outer belt puts me to sleep. Tonight, since I cleaned out most of my colleagues playing tarot, treating myself to a little. She smiles, all the while closing her eyes. The enormous woman in your backseat begins to snore. You smile and keep driving without so much as another word. Little by little, her snoring subsides and gives way to bits of phrases. She's unaware she's mumbling. Watch out for the bird. Socialist. Who could have been a killer? Your passenger wakes up suddenly abruptly. Take me home. I'm ready for bed. She falls asleep again as you exit the outer belt and bring her home. In back, discreet, peaceful, hypnotic snoring. You shake your head in an attempt to push away your own violent desire to sleep. Many long minutes later, you return to the pickup point. With her eyes still shut, your passenger takes a wallet out of her pocket. You know, I can't sleep because I'm consumed with an idea. She opens her eyes. The world we live in, our current situation, it could all be taken care of if I took a gun and shot a pile of lead into our government. Well, that's a bit, sudden. You can't believe your ears. Line them all up against the wall, one after another, and bam, 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 bam. She smiles. Her fingers reach out with cash. Then I would sleep soundly. But only if our president, our government, only if they were all lying at the bottom of a mass grave. Wow, that's a bit much. Unmarked, no gravestone, and total and utter deference. That's what scares them the most, not leaving any mark behind. As slow as humanly possible, she hands you a bill. Thank you for the evening, you were perfect. She opens the door and slides outside. It closes behind her and walks towards her place without a word. Almost like she were sleepwalking. Once she shuts the door to her building, you get back to your night. Just dying to sleep. Well, that took a sudden turn. Oh shit, we're close to Santa. Let's go pick up Santa, y'all. So for those of us keeping track, we've driven a cat, Santa, Temps, at least. I think, yeah, okay. Your next passenger smells like beer. No, it's even worse. It's like every single fiber of his Santa suit has been choking in a keg. Come on, dash away. His breath is 96% brandy. Your eyes starting to sting. I'm parked somewhere near... Oh, God. Name of the street is... His head is spinning and he does his best to hang on to the door. Don't let Santa puke in my cab. Impasse. It'll come back to me. Go ahead and drive. What darkness is Santa gonna bring up? Anybody any ideas? What horrifying thing Santa's gonna start telling me about? Start driving silently, wonder how to ask your passenger if he has enough money to cover fare. You glance back at your passenger. He's mumbling to himself. You can't quite make out what he's saying. Christmas is over. Why is he still dressed up? What's the suit for? He turns to look at you wide-eyed. Suit? Well, yeah, the Santa suit. Silence. More silence. He's so drunk he doesn't realize he's still wearing a costume? No costume, kid. This is what I wear to work, just like you know? He points at his clothes. You don't dress like that in real life now, do you? He stares at you and busts out laughing. I'm messing with you, kid. He lowers his voice, confiding in you. After working my ass off all year, I like to hit a few of my favorite pubs. Get monumentally wasted. He guffaws. Here in Paris, there's a bunch of bistros perfect for such an occasion. No one talks to you, and they have white wine so dry it eats away at the inside of your mouth. And so many different types of brandy. Pear brandy, cognac. Closes his eyes in the light. And sometimes I order one eeny weeny beer to cleanse the palate. He's almost whispering. Okay, it's usually not one of them fancy microbrews there. He jumps. Oops. But don't tell anyone, okay? Just imagine if people found out Santa thought the beer tasted like piss. He laughs a sparkling laugh. When he stops, it's just to throw out uncommittally. Anyway, you can't say anything anymore. Honestly, with all the trouble I go to, people should just leave me the fuck alone. All those fair weather activists, they still want their little snot-nosed miracles to get the latest stupid toy. Oh hey, speaking of snot-nosed kids. What is this with this manure pile of a new generation? Jesus Christ. 50 years back, you could give a kid a book and he'd go on about it his whole life, all starry-eyed. But today's little whiners, what an eyesore. Fucking hell. They want to have it all, but they don't like anything. They have all. They all have GSMs when they're 8. What the hell is a GSM? Those things cost a whole month's wages. How can you possibly make them happy after that? How? He's staring at you, waiting for you to answer. No idea. He raises his hand. At least you're honest enough to say you don't know, and I appreciate your honesty. He closes his eyes. He's taking a moment's rest. You want me to tell you what they really want? What kids these days want are machine guns and dolls whose hair you can't fix. He seems to have calmed down for a second, but it was just an illusion. Speaking of which, both girls and boys like those dolls whose hair you can fix. Okay? He twitches his mustache in silence. Back when I still made toys for kids, I can tell you, they couldn't care less about them. Couldn't give a damn. I like how he keeps occasionally just shaking his fist at us, like, these damn kids today, they're dolls and whatnot. Like, Santa bro, just let it go. Like, they just want to have fun, play, laugh, and forget that their parents were losers. He leans over to you, rife with anger. Fuck. That's the real problem, I'm telling you. Parents are losers, idiots. Putting kids into this world, those guys haven't got a clue. Am I right or am I right? I mean, have you seen the state of the ice cap these days? That's why the electric car's important. Have you, huh? Because there's not much of it left. He pauses. Now, I can't say it's all bad. I don't have as many polar bears coming into my yard. Damn nasty beast. Vicious, mean. Not sad to be rid of them. He heaves a long sigh through his beard. Before, things were different. Tears form at the corner of his eyes. Shit, I can't talk about the past without crying like a little girl. He throws you a sideways glance. No need to stare. You don't even have time to react, and he starts back into his rant. I remember you, you know? Tell the truth, I remember everyone, every single person. You were an angry one, so terribly angry. And those letters, your handwriting, holy fuck, they were hell to decipher. Don't worry though, the elves handle all that for me. You could hear a hint of disgust in his voice when he brought up the elves. Otherwise, I wouldn't have time to do nothing. Yeah, you were just furious. It's like someone punched you in the stomach. Your brother was giving you hell. Someone wrenching your gut. Man, what an... He suddenly thinks of something and stops talking. His gaze wanders outside. Yeah, anyway, let's talk about something else. How do you know all that? You still don't get who I am. You stare at him in the rearview mirror. Look, kid, I'm not gonna spell it out for you. And something tells me you'd rather avoid the subject. A little something called jail. Another punch to the stomach. So there's your Christmas present. We're not gonna talk about it. He smiles, opens his eyes wide. Wait, I think we're almost there. Slow down a bit, kid. He searches outside for... You looking for your car? What are we looking for? Say nothing. We're looking for my sleigh, kid. What else? He looks at you with pity. It shouldn't be hard to spot. There's the sleigh and a couple half dozen reindeer. He heaves a funny sigh. I'm sure, like, in an alleyway somewhere. Oh, right over there. Turn right. You obey and go down the street you were on for a few seconds before. A few meters down, your passenger stifles a yelp. Oh shit, it was right there. Drive around the block. You turn around. You turn again. In back, your passenger is mumbling. I'm gonna have to get one of those thingamajigs, GPSs. It'd help me find my sleigh more easily. You eventually pull over in an alley. No light, a few empty office buildings, and some trash cans that haven't been emptied for days. Kid, sorry about before. I didn't mean, to bring up any sore points. He pays his fare. Watch your back, kid. He gets out and slams the door. He slips on the wet sidewalk, grabs onto a street lamp with a heavy, awkward step, and clumps along the alley. I'm staying. You sit for a moment watching him. At the end of the alleyway, he starts rummaging through a pile of boxes, pushes a trash can on wheels aside, and disappears. A few minutes go by and nothing. You turn the key and start driving again. You open the window for a second, hoping to get rid of the alcohol fumes. Something tells you it'll stick around for a while. I legitimately think that was Santa. Alright, we're on red. We're gonna go down that way. I might have to get gas, though. I need more information. Like, outright. Like, I need a reason to exclude at least him. I think there's gotta be some reason to exclude that dude as a suspect. Alright. As usual, accept. You recognize the next passenger getting into your cab. A cop, the detective. Your suspect. He looks tired. He has a tired look about him. And it's not just because it's early. His voice drags. The usual place. St. Louis Hospital, then. You start driving. He yawns. Sorry, I didn't sleep a wink. Work? No, not at all. Some nights I just can't sleep. Not really insomnia. It's like I'm waiting for someone to come home. Like a son or daughter telling me, I swear, Dad, I'll be home by midnight. But at 3 a.m., they're still not home. He looks out the window. Dawn is not yet broken over Paris. He clears his throat. I think it comes from the mother of a murder victim on one of my old cases. An investigation from years ago. He pauses. The taxi purrs like a cat after a good meal. I ran into her on the steps of the courthouse just before the trial. And she told me. He closes his eyes, concentrates. The hardest part is hearing a noise in the hallway and knowing it can't be her coming home. The hardest part is knowing she'll never come home again. He slowly sighs. They dispatched me to a parking lot where the body of a young woman was found. She'd been assaulted and her throat was cut. That's no better. Work of a monster, a wild beast. He raises his hand. He wants to interrupt himself. I honestly think every man has it in him, you know? It's in our instincts, carved into our genes. She was 19 years old. You can hear the anger in his voice. 19. More anger. Just a kid. He gets back to his story. There was blood on the pavement. A little river of blood. The young woman was propped up on a post. Her t-shirt pulled over her face. Son of a bitch didn't even have the balls to look her in the eye. Jesus Christ. Can you just, like, give me a reason why you're not the serial killer so I can stop picking you up? He'd gone through her bag looking for spare change. All he found was some makeup and an old check stubs. We found his fingerprint on the stubs. He'd used his thumb to fan through her expenses. At the time, I remember thinking what a shame it was to have bought all that stuff only to die right after. But I knew it was just my mind's way of keeping busy, to avoid looking death in the face. When you're a cop, as you get older, you learn to look everyone in the eye. Makes them more human, whether they're alive or dead, criminals or victims. He stops. Yes, but much later. We started working with DNA. We were still on shaky ground. We made mistakes. 5 victims in all. That was when I had to learn to look people in the eye. The victims, I couldn't let them turn into numbers, evidence. It seemed crucial to inform the victims' parents of our successes and our mistakes. And it was crucial to reduce the monster that did it to what he was, an abused kid forgotten and destroyed by the system. He got a life sentence. Good for him. But the system failed us. Failed the victims. When it comes to crime, there's no winner. You can see his hand shaking. He sees you looking. These old stories still get to me years later. There's a long pause. Your passenger seems out of breath. He sits up, squares his shoulders, and changes positions. You're coming up to the hospital. The system, we don't control it. It controls us. No more, no less. It decides whether we're born here or there. His fingers reach towards the skyline. It makes us grow up and teaches us that women are fragile objects and men are violent animals. And up to that moment, the system kills us. We try to break its rules. You park the taxi. Your passenger doesn't buzz. Do you cry sometimes? He looks you in the eye. Yes. He looks off in the distance. Good. Good. I didn't learn how until it was too late. But it's natural. We're designed to evolve, to change. But only when Mother Nature makes us. He smiles briefly. Without saying another word, the old cop pays and gets out of the car. You watch him until he disappears into the hospital. You notice a newspaper on the back seat. Your last passenger must have left it behind. Or the one before. You grab it and put it away. Could come in handy. Alright. Nobody... I have to get gas, so we'll do that. The newspaper out starts leafing through it. Eventually something grabs your eye. Photo of an important fresh athlete and a well-known tennis player. He'd just been arrested in Switzerland for embezzling millions of euros. An image reproduction rights. You sigh. You turn the page and stop. You read about a third of the newspaper. You stop. You stop reading and go back a few pages. You thought you saw something. Rather positive critique of a bar called Chili's. You make note of information with interest. In your line of work, the kind of thing that always come in handy. You have a third left to read. Read the whole thing. As you get to the page you stop at, your instinct tells you to look at. Just a few lines. A funny anecdote about a man disguised as Santa Claus had to be taken off of a roof of a building by firemen. He was highly inebriated and stated he did not know how he had gotten there. You shut the paper. It'll end up in the trash tonight. If you remember, it's there. Otherwise, it'll spend the rest of its days in your glove compartment. Flashing right to irritate you. There, sell newspapers. Person behind the counter must see and hear things. Guy behind the counter looks like all the other guys behind the counter you've seen on life. Can I help you? You examine the newspaper magazine cover, serial killers, front page, all of them. Crazy, isn't it? You'd think they've caught him by now. The clerk smiles. You recognize the twinkle in his eye. He has something to tell you. We got something. Please come back, shoot. The clerk is in the middle of a sentence when you leave. Let's fill the tank, I guess. 80 something. Oh no, this one's a little bit cheaper. There we go. It was marginally cheaper at this time. There we go. Just go ahead and pick him up. We'll get rid of, move him across the street in front of your cab. They're laughing so loudly you can't help but smile to yourself. Need a ride, cabbie. Door opens up at Herv. He greets you with his bizarre verbal tick as usual. Hey, good to see you again. Hi, Herv. You start the engine. Herv seems pretty happy with himself today. In the rearview mirror, you watch him run his tongue over his lips, as if mentally preparing for a good meal. He catches your eye and smiles. Sorry, I'm a bit out of it today. Oh, I see. It's just I had a bad week, really bad week. Then yesterday, he hesitates, as if he can't believe what he is about to say, like it's too good to be true. The lines around the corners of his mouth that show his real age crinkle slightly. Herv gives a little laugh. Serious, man. I don't believe in God, I don't believe in all that bullshit. It doesn't make any sense. Some guy with a beard up in the sky, I never got it. What people saw in him. Anywho, God. None of us believe in him on the streets. His eyes crinkle up at the corners again. I mean, we believe when the soup kitchen goes to... we believe when the soup kitchen goes to the church. Yeah, sure, we believe in him then. He flashes his teeth and lets out a harsh, raspy laugh. A pause. So yesterday, he's observing you. His eyes light up all of a sudden. Oh yeah, yesterday. He's talking faster now in an excessive flow. I was starving, man. It was pretty bad. Toby and I had gone through all the garbage bins in the neighborhood. Toby, he's the German guy. He says he prefers France. That we're more generous here. So I was starving. Herv eyes tear up. His voice drops off. A faraway look comes over him. A lengthy pause. You okay, Herv? He snaps out of it. Yeah, like I was saying that, yeah. I was starving. I was hanging out near the supermarket on Rue Rosemont. Fancy neighborhood, but not too fancy. No cops. He gives you a wink. That's always a plus. Then there was this guy I sometimes see around, young guy, like just a kid. He comes out of the supermarket with his groceries, and before I say a word, he hands me a can of cassoulet. A can of cassoulet as big as a beach ball. Her face lights up. I didn't even know they made them that big. Herb burst out laughing, his eyes wandering back to the street. And then? And then what? I don't know. That's the whole story? Your pastor stares at you for a minute. Yeah, a kid gave me a three meal can of cassoulet. You say nothing. What were you expecting? Nothing, really. The homeless guy staring at you in the rearview mirror. Sometimes, buddy, it feels like you expect an awful lot from me. Herb suddenly pats you on the shoulder. Hold on, wait. I'm gonna get out here if you don't mind. Start the cab as soon as you see an empty space. Thanks, man. He's looking out the window. I hear... Yeah, I think that's him. Who? Nothing. Without another word, the door opens and Herb gets out. This time I'm gonna get him. A moment later, he vanishes into a dark alley. I got nothing but time to sit there for a second. Your eyes scan the dark, narrow street, but you can't make anything out. Then something moves in the distance. A silhouette. Probably Herb. Now to run. A form darts under a street lamp. It's Herb, holding something in his hand. He immediately vanishes from sight. You sit there a minute, and then you switch on the ignition and pull out of the parking space. All right, we have met Xavier. Oof. All right, that's not great. Not a great amount of money, y'all. You take a few minutes to update your board with your new clues. Suddenly you're overcome by desire to sleep. You close your eyes and press your fingers to your eyelids and yawn. Crack your knuckles and get to work. Didn't I have new clues? Like I got a new clue today? Alright, end night. The phone rings. You impulsively take a step back. It's a moment of truth. Pick it up. Hello? Hi. Ice cold. So? She heaves a long sigh. There's no background noise. She must not be at the station. Where are you? For a second, you think she's going to tell you, but then... Somewhere. None of your business. A light clinking noise. The sound of teacups on a coaster, maybe. I'm listening. What have you got for me? She clears her throat. Her voice sounds louder, more confident. You glance at the wall. The suspect lined up all the evidence. Whole mess of your ideas. Your stomach is in a knot. I don't have to remind you. You cannot get this wrong. I have a meeting in 2 hours with the district attorney and the chief of police. Even the Minister of the Interior will be in the corner of the room somewhere. Obviously, I'm thrilled. But I certainly don't want to put too much pressure on you. You almost hear a smirk she must be wearing. You lay the receiver down on the table. Now you have to decide. Oh. I have to accuse one of these. I don't know enough about these two outright, but how old is she? She's too young to have wrinkly hands, and the killer's often been referred to as he. I don't think she fits. Salim, I also think, is too young, and he doesn't really fit anything other than the height. Hmm. I think with the gun and the A's wrinkle hands, I think him. I'm going to accuse him, but I don't. You pick up the phone back and explain your source to Lieutenant Bassett. Why? How? The evidence or sources? She listens without saying a word. You stop talking and catch your breath. Okay. I buy it. Seems like a solid choice. I can fish around a bit to vet your information. And you can hear her nodding. I'll call you tonight. Try to get some sleep. She pauses. No way she's going to hang up on such a positive note. No, she's probably going to. Might be your last night of freedom. She snickers and hangs up. You put the phone down. You might as well be standing in an ice-cold emptiness of outer space. You decide to go to bed, to sleep. Best way to kill time. The heavy ham and you wipe your tired face. You lie down on the open sofa bed. Events of the day run through your head. The streets, the passengers, the faces, problems. So I've been going 4 hours. But in the same vein, it seems like I'm at the end. You open one eye. You had a hard night, restless. You get the impression you aged 5 years in a matter of hours. You get up quickly. After a few minutes, you're outside of your studio. Alright. I'm definitely gonna finish this night. You barely gotten downstairs when you catch the sound of Bassett. Oh, cool. Okay. She's leaning up against the door of your cabs, eyed wide, forehead creased. Get in. You obey. It's too early to react. She settles in the back seat and flashes a smile. Good news, you're right. Or at least the DA thinks your evidence is sufficient. No emotion in her voice. She's giving you the facts, nothing more. We're going to bring Ragnar in tonight. She nods, her expression clouds over. I have trouble. She freezes. Ragnar is my mentor. Mine. And half of the squads. You can't understand. He's an institution. She stops, clears her throat. I need your help one last time. Later on tonight, we're going to get Frostrad to leave home and find a way to get him into your taxi. She pulls some kind of pen out of her pocket and she puts in the little cubby above the car stereo. This is a bug. What am I supposed to do? No more than usual. Smile. I've seen you and heard you enough to know that you have a trick, a gift for getting people to talk. We need someone I can trust getting close to Bernard without making him suspicious. He's a cop. He knows how we work. No one's ever sent a taxi driver to make an arrest. He won't put up a fight. I hope he'll open up to you, that he'll confess before things fall apart. Not too far from the hospital where he goes for his treatments, there's an alleyway under construction. There won't be any civilians, just us and him. He sighs. 2 teens walk by the cab, and an immense smell of weed fills the cab. Bassett doesn't buzz. I know you can do it. If you stick to the plan, nothing can go wrong. What if I don't like doing this? What if there's a problem? Understood? What if there's a problem? I don't think I have a choice in doing it. Like, realistically, she doesn't seem to want to give me a choice in things. If you stick to the plan, there won't be any problems. Lays your hand on the door handle. You pick the suspect up, drive to the meeting, and you're free. Easy as pie. Gets out of the cab, slams the door, and walks away. Shit. You hit the dashboard. Immense pain spreads through your hands. You grab your keys in the ignition and turn. The motor comes on. Your night is about to begin. Your last night. Well, one way or another, it's my last night, I guess. Alright, that also just means that before every time I pick somebody, I have to check and make sure he isn't ready to go. Got a full tank of gas. Passenger climbs into your cab and slams the door shut behind him. Good evening. Plain Saint Denis, please. He stops short, visibly sizing you up. Do you know where it is? You nod yes. Avenue de Margaret. So you know the street? Yes. He looks at you intently. You know all of the streets of Paris? His question drips with disbelief. You know his kind well, the sort who'd refer to you as the Arab, and not bat an eyelid. Yes, I do, monsieur. He seems hesitant. Well then, let's go. You start the cab. Your client stares out the window as if hypnotized. You watch him in the rearview mirror. His face is familiar to you. His accent too, though you'd never be able to place it. Typical of some kind of rural region, central France perhaps. You take another look. That's it. You've got it. He was a contestant on one of those reality shows where farmers meet women. You know, those normal reality shows where farmers meet women. We've all seen them. You'd watched it from your hospital bed with a discreet eye. Bro. But something about it had bothered you. The show was a masquerade. Life in the country seen from a very Parisian and cynical perspective. That whole sentence just fucked me all up. Full of scorn and contempt. Okay then, you figured out who I am. His remark and his accent bring you back to the present. Sorry? You've recognized me, right? So you can make fun of me now? Make fun of you? He shrugs. Yeah, like all those other people out there on their Tweety thing. Tweety? It takes you a second to realize he's talking about social media. Sorry? I don't mean to stare. He pauses. You mean you don't know who I am? You hesitate before answering. No, really? He jabbers something you don't understand, then turns his attention back to the window. Sorry. He shakes his head, obviously moved. His shell is starting to crack. It's a living hell. Imagine what I'm going through. It's a nightmare. 3 months ago, I was a contestant on that stupid show, Fields of Love. Y'all, it's called Fields of Love? Well, I said yes because my wife's been dead for 25. Of course she has. This game's a downer. I've been all alone ever since. Just me and the cows and udders. Bro, why did you differentiate the cows and udders? Like, he stops and shrugs. The show was aired like a month ago. At first things were fine. Friends called, we had a good laugh and all. Then I found out the internet is laughing at me too. Yeah, the internet will laugh at everybody. The internet's gonna laugh at me one day. The internet will laugh at everybody. Like, just the internet. There are things, those things. I can't remember what they're called. Moms, mams, mims. You know, those pictures that move all by themselves on the damned internet. You have no idea what he's talking about. I'm gonna say nothing. So I made myself a Tweety account to go and see what they're saying about me. Calling me a virgin and a Nazi. That I screw my cows too. He looks away, as if someone else had spoken the words. I mean, that's just Twitter, though. Like, Twitter just calls people shit. Twitter's kind of rough, y'all. Like, there's some wonderful, supportive, awesome people on Twitter. There's also some real unfettered assholes. You practically die laughing. A farmer who he doesn't want to finish the sentence. So yesterday, I said I'd had it, called my cousin to keep an eye on my farm, and I left for Paris. On my way to see those TV jokers right now. 6 months ago, they said if there was any problem whatsoever, they'd take care of it. Well, there is a problem. His anger subsided somewhat, his face returning to its normal color. What do you think they're going to do? What's their plan? That's awful. That's the way it goes nowadays. I mean, realistically, that's the answer. That's the way it goes nowadays. Like, what do you think they're going to do? They're going to have all kinds of jokes deleted right away. I don't want to see my face glued to those pictures of freaks who do cows. It's disgusting. His hands are shaking. Do you have a plan? Do you think they can do that? I don't think they can do that. He gives an energetic nod of the head. And believe me, they're going to listen. I may be just a plain old farmer, but nobody's going to disrespect me. He squares his shoulder as if to fend off attackers. Forget it. His eyes half closed, he practically growls the words. There's a palpable air of sadness about him. I mean, I feel bad for the dude. At first, I told him I didn't want to be on their stupid old show. It wasn't for me. But they insisted. They showed me pictures of the women. He lowered his eyes. And then, well, I said yes. I should never have said yes. As you pull up to the address he gave you, the studio gates are still closed. You park the cab and cut the engine. Is it closed? You nod yes. Doesn't open until 6. You point to a sign posted near the gates. He sighs. But there'll be hardly anybody here before 9 or 10 o'clock. Oh, I'm wrong guy. Be hardly anyone here before 9 or 10 o'clock. I don't care. I'll wait. He rummages through his pocket and pulls out a wallet. What are you going to ask them? Good luck. What are you going to ask them? I want them to apologize on TV during the show in front of everyone. Talk about all the things they changed, all the bits and sentences they cut up and put back together. I mean, yeah, that's reality TV. Like, I'm sure there are. Are there still people out there who believe reality TV is reality TV? Or swap that, like, reality TV isn't, it's like reality, like real things? Like, you know, I'm not racist. Always a precursor to somebody saying some racist shit. I don't believe the show. I didn't mean what I said. I don't really say that stuff either. I gotta know. What exactly? He stops short. Nothing. Gaze then all at once says, a lot of nonsense. Fixes his gaze on you, visibly moved. I'm not very good at this. He chokes up, gesturing with a hand to make it all disappear. He starts up again and he's on the verge of tears. Anyhow, I'll just wait here until it opens. He pays the fare, exits the cab. You watch him for a minute as he starts his visual on the front gates. You notice a newspaper in the back seat. Your passenger must have left it, or the one before. Grab it and put it away. Come in handy. Start the cab and back to the grind. Alright. Oh, I like that. It didn't actually even give me the option to pick up anybody else. Except, you recognize the next passenger getting into your cab. The detective. It's time, y'all. You complete the next... Okay, yeah, I read that. Your suspect. He has a tired look about him. And not just because it's early. His voice drags. The usual place. St. Louis Hospital it is then. You start driving. Your passenger seems to have his mind elsewhere. Not entirely awake. The stubble on his chin. You scan his skin, his movements, his actions. Cold shit this morning. His voice makes you jump. You nod. You have more people. Or not as many people when it's cold out like this. Folks tend to stay home when it's cold. There might be more of them, but they make shorter trips. Makes sense. Dead silence. Talk about the weather. It's worse in the summertime, though. People don't take cabs as much. But when they do, they go further. Obviously. You drive in silence for a second. The road goes by. You don't want to look in your side mirror too often. You haven't seen a trace of the cops yet. Budget told you not to worry, but... You know, it's funny. Just this morning, I was thinking about an old case. One of my first cases, actually. It was just after the Mezzarine case. You know who Mezzarine is, don't you? Or am I really that old? You sense it's the right time to get him to talk. Exactly. Public enemy number one. I joined the force a few months after his death, and everybody was still talking about it. Public opinion was very divided. Did the cops murder Mezzarine, or was it self-defense? I know the answer. They shot him down like a dog. He looks straight at you. You can see the hint of an underground fire roaring deep in his eyes. Wow, this music's going hard, y'all. Now I most certainly do not want to die like a dog, understood? He catches his breath and is clearly shaken. He ever so slowly reaches into his pocket and pulls out his weapon. Where did Bussett ask you to take me? Oh, shit. Excuse me? Don't take me for a fool. I swear, I have no idea what you're talking about. A gun appears. Shame. I thought I might just get a chance at some honesty in this cold world. Just once, just to see what it feels like. Dedicate my whole life to the justice system, to getting to the truth. At least that's what I tell myself, what I say to new recruits. I'm tired of all the games, all the fucking lies. Where'd they order you to take me? Fuck it, I'll tell the truth now. A warehouse, some old garage, they're waiting for us there. An ambush? I'm no Mezzarine, you know. I'm not gonna pull a grenade out from under the back seat here. He cuts off with a groan. He starts speaking again, his voice is chilling. Bussett. You see his finger on the trigger, it's shaking ever so slightly. How much does he know? Everything. You hear a long sigh coming from the back seat. A few seconds go by. You try to concentrate on driving despite your sweaty hands and dripping brow. Okay, why hasn't she tried to arrest me then? You shrug. Don't know. She told me it'd be easier this way. I think she hopes you'll turn yourself in without a fight. He looks away. You know, Bussett is really one of a kind, but she doesn't fit in today's world. Neither do I, for that matter. The weapon he's holding is shaking slightly, wavering. Suddenly knows he's speaking to you in a more familiar tone. That's why I killed them. Bastards, all of them. Rapists, murderers, and liars who escaped prosecution. Now Bussett like to do the same thing I did. Slam a bullet into the head of the first murderers he could get her hands on. But she can't. You just can't do that anymore. A long, painful, heavy sigh. In any case, now there's only one thing left. No more confrontation, no more debate. No need for justice to be served. They were guilty when I killed them, and I can write that down if you want. That's no secret. I knew I'd be caught sooner or later, either by Bussett or by the sentence hangs in the air. I'm sick, got cancer all over. My hope, some new drug might cure me. But what's the point, honestly? He abruptly accelerates his speaking pace. I don't want to go to jail. A cop can't go to jail. I don't want to see my face on the cover of magazines and newspapers. I don't want to deny Bussett the pleasure of catching me. Her and her team. So here's what we're gonna do. There's a place in Monmouth, place I really love. My first memory of Paris. Must have been 6 or 7. My mother had come all the way from Martinique. She thought she could convince my father to. Yeah, anyway, there's no point in telling that story. I want to hear it. He snickers. Buy yourself some time? No. There's a bench up there, not far from... I don't know how to say that, let's be real. This bench has 2 clear advantages. First, it faces the city of Paris. Southern facing, all the monuments are there, staring back in splendor. Starts to speak with confidence. I especially like it when all of the buildings poke out above the cloud of pollution. Notre Dame Square towers, Pompidou, and its colored pipes, the Eiffel Tower. He shakes his head, and his voice sounds deep and serious again. Second advantage to sitting on this bench is that you only turn your back to Santa Cure, an ugly building. They only built it to rub the shirts the right way. He looks away and remains silent for a while. His hands shake a little. I want to see Paris one last time. It's a little too early to watch the sunrise, but at least there will be people around. Lovers, life. I want to go and sit on that bench, look out at Paris, alone, for 5 minutes. Then you can go to the meeting point so Bussett can pick me up. What do you say? I promise. You turn around. You'll see the view is incredible. Neither of you say a word. Several minutes you drive in silence. Then, as you're beginning to climb to the top of the cop lowers his weapon. Want to apologize. I'm sorry I hurt you the night of the attack. Everything could have turned out so differently. You're nothing like the guy I took down, you know? He was a kid at the time, but there was something in his eye. Something bad. Something evil. His eyes sparkle a bit. Tears, perhaps. Seconds later, you park a few meters from Square. The bench is right over there. I just need 5 minutes. 5 minutes will go. Got it? You nod. He lays his hand on the door handle and gives you a genuine smile. Do what? He looks at you for a while, shakes his head with emotion in his voice, and says the following words. Thanks, friend. He gets out of the cab. You watch the old man take a few steps towards the bench, walk around it like he wants to look at it from every angle. He doesn't show much a glance at, however, I've said it differently every time. I don't know how to actually say that. And its dome, lit up with powerful street lights. A few passersby chilled to the bone, are wandering but nonchalantly in the square. The cop finally sits on the bench. He stays there a long minute, contemplating Paris. String of lights weave around traffic cones, intersections, making a magnificent canvas. There's a sudden movement. In a matter of seconds, he pulls the gun out of his pocket, puts it up to his chin. A shot rings out. Those were his last words. Are you fucking kidding me? No. Lieutenant Botches watches you, hers all clenched. Locked, more like. What else did he say? He confessed all his crime. The wire you put in the cab must have caught it all. You have the recording. Butch stares at you for a second before looking away. Shit. That's not how it was supposed to end. You're not clear on whether she's angry or sad. He talked about you. About me? What did he say? It's all in the recording. Said you were like him. Of course, that guy was my mentor, a father figure, actually. He taught me everything I know. That's why I slipped you his file. I couldn't investigate him. No one on the team wanted to either. It was unthinkable. Unfeasible. Fuck. A semblance of a smile spreads across her face. Awkward, strained, perhaps. It makes her blood curdle. You're free to go now. Don't leave the country, though. We might have some questions for you at some point. She opens the door. Icy air seeps in. You shiver. You really came through, you know. I didn't think you'd do so well. Her voice breaks up a bit in her last words. Who knew? She gets out of the cab and slams the door behind her. A blunt metallic noise, unidentifiable vibrations. The car quakes and shakes like a boat. A minute goes by before you can move again. You slowly come back to your senses. You sit there for a moment, contemplating the scene in front of you. Police squads are moving about, tape keeping the onlookers away, spotlights flooding the judge's lifeless body in white light. Hard to believe it's all over. You just need to get away for a while. You drive without thinking, distance yourself. Cop on the roadside waves his flashlight, motioning for you to leave. You've no reason to be there anymore. You've become a stranger again. Key in the ignition and brake off. Foot on the accelerator. You leave Coer behind. Wow. Holy crap, y'all. I really enjoyed that game. Like, I really enjoyed the way that was put together. I do wish it had been a bit more direct with what I was supposed to do and how I was supposed to interact with things. I'm glad I got the right answer, but, like, I feel like I got the right answer because I was able to kind of, like, extrapolate from the information I had. Like, it had been any more than the three choices. It's like, I only saw the prosecutor once. I only saw the ME once. Like, I really could have used more information from them. Actually, hold on. There we go. So, like, I don't know what else I really could have done to make that better. Like, or to, like, figure that out better. But I really enjoyed that game. I highly recommend, if you have any interest in this, go out and play it. Something about it was just really alluring. It really pulled me in. I love the art style. The music was real good. Like, I heavily enjoyed it. So, like, if this is the kind of, if you like a mystery game, because, like, I only played one of the several, like, ways to play, like, not levels. I don't want to say levels, but, like, campaigns, I guess, of this game. So, like, there's still plenty left that I didn't play in this. And it wasn't terribly long. It's 6 hours, maybe. Like, you probably could have done it quicker than I do. But yeah, like, I highly recommend this one. It was real good. But I think that'll about do it for us tonight. Oh, there's a little post. Sun is about to come up. You drove all night long with your window open. You're so tired. Your chest is tight. Your eyes are heavy, but you can't stop. Not now. You're going to run out of gas soon. The light went on about 20 kilometers back. You're somewhere in Normandy. Maybe you'll run into that cat you gave a ride to one night. You smile and relax at the thought. You pull over the shoulder and get out. There's almost no traffic. You step over the guardrail, your eyes adjust to the colorful break of dawn. The sun will rise over the horizon. Get your phone out and dial a number. It doesn't ring. Direct to voicemail. A voice asks you to leave a message after the beep. Hey, I wanted to... You catch your breath. When Abe told me she'd held on to your number just to hear the sound of your voice, I thought it was stupid. But now, the sun is slowly rising. Its colors are flooding the landscape. Bare underbrush, a tiny village lost in fog off the distance, a hilltop sparkling with new dew. The view seems alien to you. I wanted to Thank you for giving me the opportunity to redeem myself. Thanks. That word disgusts you, but it's too late. Thanks to you, I did something important. I mean, I think I... Who knows? Silence. Your head is spinning. You haven't spoken to your brother in years. Well, in a manner of speaking. You grin. I mean, I guess so. It's strange to hear your voice, but it feels good too. You pause. A truck flies by just meters from you. I thought when it was all over, I thought I'd be able to get some decent sleep. Close my eyes and sleep. Really sleep finally. But sleeping is just a break. It doesn't put an end to it. It all starts up again as soon as a voice cuts off. You've reached the maximum time limit. Please, you hang up. Your phone feels heavy in your hand. What should you do now? There's a broken fence in front of you leading to a small footpath to the woods. Behind you, the highway leading to the sea. Keep on keeping on. You sigh and retrace your steps. On the other side of the guardrail, you find your overheated cab. Next gas station can't be further. You slowly turn the key in the ignition. There's got to be something for you. Out there. So that was Nightcall. I really enjoyed that game. Like, I'm probably going to play it again off stream at some point to, really dive in and try to understand it more, but I wholeheartedly recommend that game. Like, I enjoyed the hell out of it. But I think that about does it for me. It's, it'll fall on face. I want to thank everyone for being here. I went considerably longer than I normally do. But I want to thank you for being here. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for lurking. Thanks for hanging out. I know that was a bit downer and a bit heavy, all of that. But it was nice to go through it with somebody else. As always, before we go, I'm going to... Over here, we have my social medias. You can follow me on the TikTok for clips and whatnot. The Instagram for photos of things I'm doing and stuff like that. And Twitter for conversation and, thoughts and all that. I'm available, I'm usually on all of them. Message me. I love a conversation, so hit me up. Tell me what you thought of the game. What you think of Nightcall. But yeah, I think that about does it for tonight. Y'all take it easy. I'll see you. We'll be back Tuesday night at 11 Eastern with more Max Payne. And also, if you're looking for something to watch in the meantime, check out my friend Jupiter's VOD from yesterday when I was on their show talking about 3D printing. We went on for a long time about 3D printing and a lot of other things. It is a ADD riddled, beautiful mess of a conversation, and it was lovely fun. It was a ton of fun to talk and do all that, so please check out that. It'll be one of my suggested channels down below. It'll be the NB Gamer. So, like I said, check that out. It was a blast hanging out with them. But that's it for me. Y'all have a good night.